Well, well, well. How are we doing today? Bro, I wish I was fucking drunk. I wish I knew if I could drink right now. All right? That's a you're like mogging me and you don't even know it. Oh man. Sorry, I actually got like super autistically hyper fixated noodling on the guitar to this song. It's actually way more fun than I thought it would be. Because it's kind of like a techno-y song. Not techno, but you know what I mean. Like, all electronic instrument. Fuck. I just thought I spilled an entire fucking can of water on my desk, but I was safe. Because I'm a gluttonous fiend and I always drink all of my water way too quickly. Yeah, mocking Nick Ricado with your drink, true. So has anyone put out like a tell-all video about what's happened with him yet? Because I'm not gonna listen. I'm not really good at doing deep dives into people that I don't give a fuck about, or people that I haven't given a fuck about. Like if there's something funny to go over, please by all means link it. All right. Just give me a couple of seconds. Because my girlfriend isn't here, her cats are fucking needy. And my entire face right now is covered in cat hair because this cat will not leave me alone. I mean, I love her. I don't necessarily want her to go away or like leave the stream room, but I'm just completely fucking, I can feel it all over my fucking face, dude. Jesus Christ. Ugh. All right, we can get kind of started, I guess. Oh shit, you know what else? God, there's just fucking cat hair everywhere. And it's just one cat that's doing it, dude. Speaking of cats, dude, my younger brother right now, he had to go to Mexico. And because he's in Mexico, I'm watching his cat. Look what his demon cat has done to me over the past 3 days, dude. That was day 1. That was yesterday. And all of this is today. Oh, and also this one was today as well. Or the reversing of the camera is making it hard for me to point at it, but or even show it. Jesus, it's on this side. Like every single fucking cut on my arm is from this one cat. And I don't want to go back. I don't want to go back. It sees you as prey. I think it has petting aggression because it wants to be pet, but like when it starts getting pet, it doesn't want to be pet anymore. It feels like you're attacking it. But then it like immediately after it fucking, you know, tears a chunk out of your arm, it immediately wants more pets. Right? Also, like I don't know like exactly where because it didn't leave lasting marks, but the first day, you know, this is a tiny baby cat. I have to pick it up, right? I go and pick up this cat and it's looking up at me with its cute fucking little baby cat eyes and it meows at me and it just goes it sinks its both paws, both hands worth of claws in my face like this. And it only pierced, it didn't scratch down, luckily, but like I could feel them go in and I could feel them come out of my fucking face. And I don't want to go back. That cat is really lucky that it's fucking cute, okay? That cat is really lucky that it's cute and a baby. Otherwise, I I mean, I don't know what I would do, but it wouldn't be nice. It would be a cancelable, an illegal offense. Okay. It would be like an alinity moment, but like times 20. That cat needs to learn his place. Fucking true. Fucking true. Okay, let me just set up my screens here really quick. All right. Well, let's see. What are we gonna do today? I've been listening to... I haven't really made much of a point to listen to panels in the past, like, year, maybe. No, maybe not the last year, but, like, the past at least, like, 6 months, right? I haven't really made much of an effort to listen to panels or anything like that. Just because, you know, I can't go on to them ever, so I don't ever get to, you know, interact with the community or anything. So, but I listened to this debate, or at least. Also, he said, like, at this point that he had 10 minutes left, and he's still there for long goddamn time. Let's see here. But this no opinion guy is really fucking smart. I wish I could just like sit and pick his brain about the economy and like different talking points, because Jesus Christ, he's just very honest about the state of affairs. You feeling like doing self-harm? Listen, like I said yesterday, I know that there's a lot of people that really fucking hate Wick and have a lot of it would be doing a disservice to call them critiques. People just kind of fucking hate the guy. But I like Wick, and I'm not afraid to fucking say that I like Wick. I think he's a good dude. You know, point out all the like cringy stuff that you want, post, you know, all that. But like at the end of the day, I think he's like a good dude. He's a useless fool. Jesus Christ. Well, I think that he's like a good dude, and that's generally how I judge people, right? Like, I'm trying to think. There are a lot of useless fools that are in the space, but like, I only call them useless fools if I think that they're like a bad person, you know? Seems like a nice guy. Yeah, I mean, I guess like, maybe I'm just like not a very good content creator, all right? Maybe I'm not aggressive enough. Maybe I'm not, you know, willing to shit on people enough unless I like dislike them or I think that they're like bad people, right? But yeah, I can't just like sit here, like it would be unnatural for me to sit here and shit on them, you know? It wouldn't come out free-flowingly. I would have to think about the insults. Has no spine. He just goes along with whatever Destiny and Wu say. I mean, like, I don't think that he just goes along with whatever Destiny and Wu say. I think that he genuinely believes those things. Right? And also, doesn't he have... Well, actually, I know this for a fact. He has, like, substantial, like, disagreements with Brianna Wu, because I've been in group chats with them and I've seen them interact with each other, right? But he respects Brianna Wu for the... I mean, listen, that's another person that's gonna get like get a bunch of people fucking triggered. And I know less about Brianna Wu than I do Wick, and that's saying something. But I like, people could say that they're grifters or whatever the fuck, but I'm just vibing. I'm just grilling, okay? I don't know why everyone hates each other. I just know why I hate different people. Right? Yeah, I do want to know. I do want to know about the fucking raincoat. let me ask you guys this. Like, I've never worn, like, I like to wear hoodies, right? Because I like to be warm sometimes. Sometimes I like to retain my body heat. I have never found a use outside of when it's raining to wear my hoodie. But so many people will wear their hoodie just like chilling. Is that comfortable for you guys? Is that fun? Some people wear their fucking hood inside. Fucking why? I've never understood that shit, dude. Maybe it's just fucking me. Maybe I'm the outlier, but I've never understood people wearing the hood of the. Well, that was a slow collapse. 1 second. The cats just knocked over a bunch of shit. Let me make sure they didn't break a guitar. They dented my baby. They dented my fucking baby, dude. Right there. Fuck ass cats. Your brother owes you some pesos now? Well, no, those were my cats that just did that. I listen, that fucking cat, my brother's cat, that one will never come to my house, okay? That would be actually fucking hellish. Having to, like, avoid that little bitch wherever the fuck I go? Jesus Christ, that would actually be hell. No, those were my cats who just knocked over a bunch of shit and dented my fucking baby guitar. Bitch-ass felines. All right, so let's see. What are we going to do today? Let's take a quick scroll through our content suggestions. And I haven't looked at them in like 2 days. So insane combat footage as Hamas recruits thousands.
So we are getting
Pause. Okay. DEI destroying UCLA middle school or medical school. I already have a supercut of that we might go through. Yeah, I know breaking points is difficult to get through. Maybe we'll look at that. Tucker Carlson not starting Russian state TV show. I'm not. The logic Brianna uses is very retarded. I don't know if I can do 2 of like the same show because Rising was their show before Breaking Points. I don't know if I can do the exact same. I can't do 2 of those. I think I would actually fucking rope, dude. Yes, Comrade Carlson, let's go. Anti-Semitism and National Socialism elucidates the basic structure of right-wing anti-capitalism. I'm kind of curious on this. Okay. All right. Let's
Back
see
to
here.
today's video.
Pause. Get rid of this one. I'm just curious, just for like my own personal. I'm curious about recruiting thousands here. Man, I feel like in the past month there have been some changes. It feels like somebody or something has broken into my house and changed settings on my computer to fundamentally change the way that shit has functioned the entire time I've had the computer, right? Like my OBS, this box right here should be on a regular basis always locked at this side, even when I lock it. However, if I make it bigger on my screen, it changes the size on this screen. Fucking why? It has never fucking done that, literally ever, in the entire time that I've had Stream Elements. Literally never. And then, on the other hand, I still have this shit-ass fucking layout from YouTube where there are no comments. There are no comments. There are no video suggestions. Even when I put it on default view, now we get comments. Oh, well, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe we don't get comments. And you can't scroll down to see the video description. You can't scroll down to see comments. You can't scroll down to see more video recommendations. Like, what the fuck is happening? I went into the fucking YouTube settings. There's nothing there that would even point towards this. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Very fucking irritating. Okay. Soy rant over.
New indications that, as many have said before, Israel appears to have destroyed everything in Gaza except for Hamas. Let's go ahead and put this up on the screen. We're getting lots of new red triangle videos from Hamas on a near daily basis. You can see here, this, infamously, this is their targeting, showing they're still able to operate in various parts of the Gaza Strip, including, we know that there have been IDF casualties, and we'll get to that in a moment, in the northern Gaza Strip, where they had already gone in and completely annihilated, supposedly declared mission accomplished. But guess what? You didn't destroy Hamas. You left a complete vacuum.
I'm sorry. Is that not like a super big retard move to do? Am I insane? The very little, listen, I'm not an expert on munitions. I am not an expert on tank warfare, but would you even survive the shockwave of putting a munition big enough to explode a tank and probably explode the munitions inside of that tank? From that distance, you're like fucking 30 yards away. How the fuck are you surviving the shockwave?
Be gone in and completely annihilated, supposedly.
You're putting it right underneath the turret, and that is going to be the weakest point, and that's going to be close to where the munitions are stored. And you're going to tell me that running 30 yards away is going to be safe for you? With a modern tank, with modern tank munitions? The charge melts into the tank and explodes inside, probably. What I'm talking about is setting off the munitions inside of the tank. Crystal and Kyle have been lapping up Hamas propaganda ever since this conflict started. I mean, I don't doubt that, because everyone that just like wants to do like the anti-America dumb bullshit, everyone just immediately starts believing terrorists all of a sudden.
Declared mission accomplished, but guess what? You didn't destroy Hamas. You left a complete vacuum, and so surprise, surprise, Hamas is filling that vacuum. And also, surprise, surprise.
Wait, what do you mean vacuum? Wasn't Hamas in charge before?
Accomplished, but guess what? You didn't destroy Hamas. You left a complete vacuum, and so surprise, surprise, Hamas is filling that vacuum. And also, surprise, surprise, when you murder and slaughter a bunch of civilians, kids, women, destroy homes, hospitals, schools, etc., guess what? The ideology that fuels Hamas, you are doing nothing but pour gasoline on that ideology. So let's put this up on the screen. This is incredible. From Politico, Biden admin openly hammering Israel's military strategy in Gaza. They got a bunch of quotes both on and off the record from Pentagon leaders who are saying there's no total victory against Hamas. That's quote unquote unlikely. You have another individual who says not only do you have to actually go in and clear out whatever adversary you're up against, you have to go in, hold the territory, then you got to stabilize it. If that doesn't happen, it allows your adversary then to repopulate in areas if you're not there. So that does make it more challenging for them as far as being able to meet their objective, being able to militarily destroy and defeat Hamas. Those comments followed others by Tony Blinken, who last week predicted the eventual withdrawal of Israeli forces could leave a vacuum that's likely to be filled by chaos, by anarchy, and ultimately by Hamas again. This is like preschool level. Like, it was so easy to see this and was foreseen and predicted even by people like us who are not military experts. Jocko was talking about this like 3 days into the Israeli offensive that they were making. If they actually wanted to target Hamas, this was the exact wrong way to go about it. Of course, that was never the actual goal. That was the goal sold to the Israeli public and the U.S. public and the world. Never the.
Is the actual goal fucking genocide, Crystal? Is that what it is? Or are they like going to, are they doing a systematic execution of every single fucking Palestinian? Is that what you're going to say? Are we doing the fucking retard mode like analysis? Like immediately?
The actual goal has always been complete and utter annihilation.
They're just shitting on the Biden admin all day long and sabotaging the voter turnout for Democrats. Yeah, no, I know. Like, these people say that they have principles and that they want there to be like electoral wins, but then they'll like do that cuck shit where they're like, oh no, I can't support Biden after this. I can't support Biden after this. Like, can you accurately summarize what the fuck the Biden administration is doing that is incorrect here? Can you actually like accurately explain what the fuck the Biden administration's position is? Can you tell me what they could actually do that would be an effective measure that wouldn't, you know, kill our ties with our strongest ally in the Middle East? Yeah, they're doing very badly at this complete and total annihilation, despite the 2,000-ton bombs that people say that they have, which I don't know what the fuck 2,000 fucking ton bombs anybody has. I don't think that there is a bomb that weighs 200,000 tons or 200 tons or whatever the fuck, 2,000 tons, whatever fucking like order of magnitude above 20 tons maybe. I don't know what the fuck, even 20 tons. Like, that's how much a fucking tank weighs. Or like a light tank weighs. Like, what the fuck are you going to tell me? That like they're dropping tank-sized bombs on these motherfuckers? No. Everyone knows the heavier the bomb is, the cooler it is. Very true.
Some other incredible quotes from this article, though. Let's go ahead and put this up on the screen. They say, although Hamas communications and military abilities have been degraded, only 30 to 35% of its fighters, those who were part of Hamas before October 7th, have been killed. And about 65% of their tunnels are still intact, according to U.S. intelligence. Let's put the next piece up on the screen. Biden officials have also become increasingly concerned that Hamas has been able to recruit during wartime thousands over the last several months. That has allowed the group to withstand months of Israeli offensives, according to a person familiar with U.S. intelligence. So honestly, Sagar, when you look at these...
Wait, you can't become a member. Hold on. Let me... allow me 1 moment to look at the monetization here. Monetization on, customization. Wait, you should be able to become a member. The monetization's on. Hold up, hold up, hold up. Let me get that bag real quick. Go to earn here. memberships. No, they're on. Oh, it's mobile being gay. Ah, gotcha. All right, had to make sure that I hadn't messed something up on setup.
These numbers that they've only, and this is according to U.S. intelligence, killed 30% of Hamas fighters, that Hamas has been able to recruit thousands more fighters during this time, which again, it was obvious.
Hey, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the membership. I genuinely appreciate it. Again, hey guys, if you guys want to, you can always become a member. You can super chat, and there is a link in the description if you guys want to throw some Skrilla my way. Gotta pay that medical bill from the hospital. Gotta save up because, oh yeah, also exciting news. I forgot to, in my little opening spiel there, I forgot to tell you guys, we applied for and got same day approved for an apartment. We are officially... well, I mean, we were already going to be moving to DC, but now it is like official. We have a lease that we have signed. So that is official, and I am going to be pushing you guys hardcore to give me every fucking cent in y'all's bank accounts. All right? I'm going to be bleeding you motherfuckers dry. I'm going to be hitting that run ads button. Oh man, I'm going to be doing dono streams, dude. Because we gotta move a bunch of shit across the entire country. We actually, all of our friends were like, "Oh, hey guys, road trip." Hey, you know what? I'm down for a road trip. If you guys want to do a road trip and then do all the work for me, yeah, absolutely go for it. If you guys want to haul all of that shit up to the whatever floor we're on in this building, yeah, let's go, dude. Let's fucking go. Anyways, let's keep going.
That the Israeli offensive here was only going to make people more likely to take up the Hamas ideology of armed resistance and also actively join Hamas. When you put those two numbers together, it's reasonable to ask whether they have degraded Hamas's numbers at all.
Yeah, and
Well, hold on. They just said that they've killed about 30 to 35%. So they have. 1 second. Although Hamas's communications and military abilities have been degraded, only 30 to 35% of its fighters have been killed, and about 65% of its tunnels are still intact. Like, yeah. So they have. Now, I think it's totally fucking reasonable to critique Israel for not having specific war aims. I mean, even inside of Israel, they're arguing about this, right? But the idea that Hamas is doing good against Israel is fucking laughable, right? Yeah, I don't know.
Have been killed. That they've only, and this is according to U.S. intelligence, killed 30% of Hamas fighters, that Hamas has been able to recruit thousands more fighters during this time, which again, it was obvious that the Israeli offensive here was only going to make people more likely to take up the Hamas ideology of armed resistance and also...
And also, here's my question to people like Crystal here. I almost called her soccer. But here's my question for people like Crystal. It's like, okay, so you get a massive fucking terrorist attack on your territory. People are raping, killing, you know, it's a real bad deal. It's really rough. And we know that terrorism comes from people who are, you know, resistance fighters and, you know, they have nothing left to lose or whatever the fuck. Like, okay, so do we just let terrorists do whatever they want? Like, it's better just to like ignore it and, you know, if you ignore it, they'll stop doing stuff. No, like what would be the alternative? Just like give them exactly what they want and like give positive reinforcement to the idea that if you come in and you kill 1,200 of our citizens, that we'll just like capitulate to whatever you want. I'm sorry, but like I don't like the idea that after like a massive terrorist attack, people are going to immediately critique Israel on fighting back. Right now, we're 7 months into it, and yeah, we're 7 months into it, and I have critiques of Israel as well. But these motherfuckers had critiques from day fucking one. It's okay, we're colonizers, we have no civilians, we just have to surrender to the mob. Yeah, I mean, the actual Vosh position, 2 Vosh positions smashed into one, but they end up working somehow from 2 different situations. How does that happen? I just don't know. I feel super suspect of anyone that doesn't add caveats, even if you want to critique Israel, right? Because I have critiques of Israel. Again, like, the caveat shouldn't be like, well, I understand why Hamas is doing this. Like, yeah, everyone understands why Hamas is doing this. Do we understand why Israel is doing this, right? Like, the caveat should be, now Israel should kill fucking Hamas. Fuck those dudes. Those guys are like evil pieces of shit that deserve to die. Every single person that joins Hamas deserves at least 1 bullet in their head. And, if they have extra ammo, I don't mind if they use a second bullet. I hate the both siding of this issue. Hamas is like a worse actor than Israel. Not to say that Israel, or like specifically the Likud party right now, is a good actor, but like Hamas is a worse actor. They're terrorists. I don't like terrorists. I don't like terrorism. I think terrorism is bad, personally, in my personal opinion, right?
Actively join Hamas. When you put those 2 numbers together, it's reasonable to ask whether they have degraded Hamas's numbers at all.
Yeah, and what's especially frustrating is that all of this was obvious to anybody. And I think, look, I'm not going to toot my own horn, but it's like basically Abai came up with Iraq and Afghanistan covering the Pentagon. And so all of the...
It all comes back to Iraq and Afghanistan. Well, like we had counterinsurgency in Iraq and Afghanistan. See that where that left us. Well, I mean, like, in Afghanistan, until we stopped, supporting the government there, and when we completely left them out of all of the talk of us pulling out of Afghanistan, the government of Afghanistan was doing pretty good, right? And our counterinsurgency there was pretty good. Like, the majority, I believe, of the Taliban had been driven out of most of the country, and they were operating out of Pakistan, and they were operating out of other countries, and then coming in to Afghanistan, right? So our counterinsurgency in Afghanistan actually was pretty effective, right? But they just like kept on coming, right? And had we better prepared the government of Afghanistan for what was coming, and actually included them in the peace talks with the Taliban, they probably would still be a functioning government that was in charge. Right? Now, critique of Israel is they're not doing any of the, go in, set up that counterinsurgency, kill the Hamas people, fuck them, find someone else that's willing to like take charge and, help the Palestinians build a state that can stand on its own, that you don't have to fucking do anything with, right? And then pull out. That's the critique of Israel. They have no specific plan and no short-term or long-term, or they don't have any long-term goals. I guess their short-term goal is kill Hamas, but they don't even really have much of a plan for that. It's just like, okay, we're going to go city by city and just fucking clear it out, motherfucker. Aside from it obviously being a nuanced situation, I don't trust anyone who thinks they're pro-Palestine without recognizing that Hamas terrorizes their own citizens too. True. I learned something about Hamas recently, and I can't remember where I saw it. And my new editor has made a short out of it. But Hamas are like actually totalitarian fucking dictators. Like, they do surveillance on the citizens of Gaza to make sure that they're not Mossad agents, to make sure that they're not like ideologically opposed to Hamas. And if they are, they get disappeared, or they get, public lashes and shit like that. Like, Why the fuck are we going to defend any kind of totalitarian group?
People who came up and really took over the Pentagon during the counterinsurgency movement knew this from the very beginning. That's part of the reason Jocko was able to identify that.
Yeah.
I will point here to General Joseph Votel, who was a great general. He was the head of the U.S. Central Command during the fight against ISIS, covered him extensively at the time, had special operations access, and here's what he says, quote, "Everybody gets the fact that you have to destroy Hamas, but then what? What's the plan to take care of the 2.5 million Palestinians? What is the plan to deal with the remainder of Hamas fighters? It seems incomplete. I don't think they have communicated or have thought through that as well as they would have hoped that they would have." Now, you're couching that in very friendly language, but this is obvious and has been. And I will point again to the quotes from General Petraeus, from all of his staff.
I know, like when you hear the name Jocko Willink, you immediately know what this motherfucker looks like. He is like, and I don't know much about Jocko Willink, but like, how is this guy real? How is his name Jocko? Jocko Willink. Why is his ear down here? Like, this is a real fucking human being, guys. This man exists in the real world. I'm not like trying to like throw shade at him because he's probably like very well educated on the stuff that he talks about, right? He's like a military dude, probably talks about military stuff, right? I don't know much about him otherwise, but his name is fucking Jocko. All right. I'll never, ever, ever get over that. Okay, this one. They threatened citizens at gunpoint for telling them there are planted bombs that prevent them from evacuating outright monsters. Yeah, but Seven, don't you understand? You whiteys, you crackers in America will talk about revolution all the time, but the second that revolution happens in the Middle East, Palestine is heavily surveilled by Israel. Israel is one of the world's largest exporter of surveillance technology developed on Palestinians. I don't know if that's true. I don't necessarily doubt that. Isn't that a Frogan tweet? Yeah, that's the Frogan tweet that I was trying to reference. But like in Jade, I hope I'm saying that right. I mean, I don't necessarily doubt that, but that doesn't really speak to anything that we're talking about right here, right? We would expect a country that has fear of another country to try and do surveillance on that country, right? Or that group or whatever the fuck, right? Anthony Lowenstein's work? I'm sorry, I don't know who that is. Anyways, let's keep going.
That was involved in Iraq. They are repeating the exact same mistakes that the United States did in its war in Iraq. And again,
wait, actually, no. We were significantly better about what we did over in Iraq, and that's fucking saying something, okay?
And let's not forget, it took some 2 years for the full-blown insurgency to happen, and even 3 years, some might argue, for the actual civil war to heat up to the point where most people in America would pay attention. We are watching this, and that's why those videos matter so much, because what do you see? Guerrilla warfare, freedom of movement, using the ability to move in and out of the rubble, disguise yourself amongst the civilian population, and hit the occupying force wherever it is, even if they have superior military technology. And as long as you have the civilian population on your side, or at the very least you're able to recruit a ton of people from there, you are going to win just because you can outlast the other ones. They cannot, by definition, kill all of you. It's just not possible. And, I would point again to in here is that the very top of our military command is now outwardly saying this, including our...
What I wish, like, what they're saying here isn't necessarily wrong, and I don't necessarily disagree, but they're missing one major part of it. What would you have them do instead, right? Not to say what they're doing right now is good, Not to say that what they're doing right now is the perfect course of action that we should be wholeheartedly, dying on the hill of, but offer an alternative. What do you think Israel should do instead? I mean, I have opinions on what they should do instead. They cannot answer this as lefties. True. The lefties are just going to say, well, it's going to be up to the Palestinians. I'll take the word of a Palestinian before I take the word of someone that lives in a foreign country, because those are the settled, colonized people that are trying to decolonize their country. And it's like, I'm sorry. Even if you want to make that argument, they lost that battle fucking, 80 years ago? 84 years ago? Like, yeah, that's not happening. They're not going to get rid of the Israelis. No one's coming to their defense. They don't have the technology to push them out. They don't have the military power or the military strength in terms of numbers or the military know-how or anything to push them out. So outside of Russia or China or Iran actually sending in like the full force of Hezbollah or, any of their other proxy groups wholeheartedly into Israel, unless that happens, which it won't, this war could go on for the next 10 years and Israel still would not lose. Now they might lose, they might not lose the combat operations, right? They might lose over the course of 10 years the entirety of trust that they've built up with every country around them and even the United States, but that's a different conversation. Israel needs to give them their freedom and own state. In the real world, that means Iran has free access to import of a fuck ton of missiles. Yeah. At that point, once, in the event that the Palestinians do get a state, Iran would be innocently sending them a fuck ton of missiles, and Israel would have a legitimate fucking threat on their doorstep, right? This is what I think needs to happen, truthfully. At the end of the day, Israel needs to basically actually do some spec ops stuff and send some dudes into the fucking tunnels, right? I know that people made jokes about, and I made jokes about the Call of Duty style analysis, we'll send in special ops and kill the Hamas dudes instead of shooting bombs at them. Obviously that's stupid, but they're gonna have to send in some special ops into those fucking tunnels, collapse the tunnels that are going into Egypt, map them out in some way, shape, or form, right? You're not gonna be able to collapse all of the tunnels, but collapse the ones that are going into Egypt, collapse the ones that are getting them more ammunition to fight the battle, right? You're gonna have to probably do some at least short-term occupation while you help set up some kind of acceptable government, even if they're in some way opposed to you because they're Palestinians, they don't fucking like you. You did just kill about 30,000 of them, right? But you're going to have to get some government that you can at least work with, that's set up, get them established, get them to gain the trust of the people there, and then you're going to need to pull out. And at that point, start talking about some kind of two-state solution and talk about hey, listen, as part of this two-state solution thing, you can't take weapons from Iran, I guess. I don't know. I don't know exactly how that would work, but you gotta stop doing stuff that's going to kill your perception of your country on the world stage. And you need to stop killing as many civilians. And you got to think forward. But Netanyahu is actually a living demon who is more concerned about his own political future than he is about, The entire country that he leads. There's a reason why the surrounding Arab countries don't want to touch Palestine. I mean, yeah. People don't realize the emotional appeals will literally never play a role into it. Those potential allies would only get involved if they knew they'd win and for their own motives, not Palestinians. Yeah, true. I just asked Letzies now what would happen if Hamas was just the charity org and only improved Palestinians' lives with all the money they got? How many times would Israel have attacked? True.
New chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. The reason why is
also, like, when they were a charity organization, were they like an effective charity organization, or was that just like a front? Because at the beginning of the conflict, I did enough research into it to understand the broad strokes. I didn't do as much, like Destiny style research, right? Wikipedia, Andy. No, but I didn't do that much research, but I learned enough to understand what's going on over there and what has been going on over there, et cetera, right? I did not dive deep into what Hamas's, like, I knew they were a charity organization at first and they grew a military arm, but I don't know how effective they were. They were popular with the people, but it seemed to be a front. They turned on a dime once in power. I gotcha.
are the ones who are paying these bills now. This is what we're going to talk about with Ken. You know, our pier has been a disaster. We spent $500 million on it. We've barely gotten any aid. The plan from the Israelis, from the Saudis, and all of that is to ensnare the United States, CENTCOM, and all of the soldiers and command officials who came up in Iraq to try and repeat that experiment.
What? What the fuck did he just say?
Pier has been a disaster. We spent $500 million on it. We've barely gotten it.
Wait, why has the pier been a disaster? I haven't heard anything about the pier being a disaster. I've heard that they've had trouble with getting the aid into Gaza because it seems like Palestinians, when they see a truck coming, they're like, holy fuck, I gotta get mine, and they like surround the things again, like what happened with that situation that happened like a month and a half ago, maybe. Don't do too much research; it will radicalize you to pro-Israel. Listen, I only listen to real scholars like Norm Finkelstein. Okay, but like I haven't heard anything about why the pier has been a disaster.
Any aid. The plan from the Israelis, from the Saudis, and all of that is to ensnare the United States, CENTCOM, and all of the soldiers and command officials who came up in Iraq to try and repeat that experiment in Gaza this time around and basically, get bought off by the Israelis. So we have to resist this.
Wait, hold on. What he just said doesn't make any fucking sense whatsoever. Let me hear it again.
From the Saudis and all of that is to ensnare the United States, CENTCOM, and all of the soldiers and command officials who came up in Iraq to try and repeat that experiment in Gaza this time around and basically, get bought off by the Israelis. So we have to resist that.
Who is getting bought off by the Israelis? The United States? You literally just said that we're spending too much money on them. Now they're going to buy us off? Maybe I'm having a stroke and I just can't understand what the fuck he's saying, but that seems like a completely contradictory statement. We had a vehicle beached, a ship caught on fire, bringing the pier pieces over, and it cost over $300 million so far. I'm not sure if there is more. Okay. Are you really surprised by soccer being a weasel? No, I mean, I'm not, but... 1 second. Oh, 1 second. Just some stuff about the apartment. Oh, man. I used to be kind of neutral about Israel-Palestine. That I did a ton of research and realized, Palestinians have just kind of been aggro nonstop, never stopping, always aggro. I mean, yeah. My perspective is, like, on one hand, it's understandable, but on the other hand, it's really fucking stupid. I don't know. I don't know if it's like a cultural thing or if it's just that they've had bad luck with leaders, but like, man, is there not a single fucking person that can rise to power in that, like, in that area that isn't like giga fucking corrupt and like openly like dick waving and saying like, oh, we're gonna kill all of the Jews one day. One of these days we're gonna, oh boy, I'm gonna come over and I'd strap me to a missile and send me to Tel Aviv. I'll fight them fist to fist. Like, is there anyone that has come up in the entire history of this conflict that has like said, hey, you know what? I think it's time for us to cut our losses. Like, maybe we should, you know, just try to make the best of the situation that we have. And, you know, has there been anyone? I'm not even going to pretend to be able to say that name. Also, because I can't read because I don't have glasses and I need glasses. I need to. Okay, there we go. Flota Relte? Oh, fuck.
This at every turn possible, and you know you can read this very clear. These are sober-minded individuals who have extensive experience fighting these exact type of militants, and they're looking at this and they're seeing a full-blown nightmare.
Yeah,
they could see it clearly.
It's not like it went all that well when we tried to do it either, but there are some
it worked for a bit. Yeah,
but I mean,
yeah.
Listen, if you actually are going to, if you are actually serious about destroying quote-unquote Hamas, even if you do kill 30, 50, 60% of their fighters, if you're fueling the...
It's not a fascist-style government. Fascism is different.
Melanie Phillips is a British journalist and author, and she...
I can't stand it. It's triggering me so much. One second. The layout is triggering me so much with the comments along the right side. No video suggestions. Just comments on the right side. Nothing in the middle. Why is my YouTube layout different 2 months ago? They changed the layout to give recommended videos more real estate? Ha!
The old one. So we're going to type in YouTube in the address bar, and once we get to YouTube, what we want to do from there is just go to the top right corner.
Bro,
by your
YouTube
profile
on light
picture.
mode?
Just click your profile picture and then scroll down and you'll see the restore old YouTube at the very bottom. It's the last option. Click that.
Yo? One moment. Wait, what is it? What the fuck is he clicking on? No, this video is too old. 2017. Fuck off.
If you hate the new YouTube layout, then we're going to show you how to get the old one back. Make sure to watch the video until the very end so you don't make any mistakes. The first step is to click on the first link in the video description and then add this extension to Google Chrome. Once you've added the extension...
No, thank you, actually. But you can't change the layout to what the user wants. In other words, we have no choice but to use it in its current form until it changes again in the future. Go to history, clear cookies and other site data, and cached images and files. Close Chrome, reopen Chrome. the Palestinian cause was always about eliminating Israel. I mean, yeah, we understand that. I don't need to watch a whole fucking video on that because I already knew that. The Israel borders that I support, Jesus Christ. I mean, if Israel's whole plan, this is something that I don't think I've ever gotten a good response to, and that I'm kind of curious about. If Israel's goal was to be an expansionist force that wants to take over all of the Levant or whatever the fuck, why did they give back the Sinai Peninsula? Why did they like essentially cut their territory in half? I mean, I know it's like mostly desert over here, but why would they do that? If it's an expansionist territory, they could have had control over the Suez fucking Canal or shared control of the Suez Canal with Egypt. My layout is completely normal. Yeah, I think that they like roll these out on a rolling basis so that they can test to see if people are going to like it, and then they'll like do it to everyone. This is why is isolationism so fucking retarded? And people make up. Wait, why is isolationism so fucking retarded? Are these two ideas connected? I can't tell if you're saying that. You just can't see the view from 1,000 feet up. True. I mean, yeah, I agree. Isolationism is retarded. And honestly, like here's one problem is that Netanyahu is giving them so many reasons to like he's playing into the meme, kind of like how I was making fun of Kevin Logan last night for playing into the meme. Why would you go into a debate and then like do the thing that everyone is like accusing you of doing that you're accusing them of doing? Like you're literally being the meme. Why would you do that? Like Netanyahu is doing the meme that everyone is accusing them of doing. Why would you do that? It's not helpful to you. I don't understand why everyone hate. Like, I think the only reason people hate Progressive Victory is because it was associated with Brianna Wu. I can't do all the like deep dives into everything that you guys get so fucking mad about, dude. Because of the minuscule size, also doesn't diminish their right to self-defense. Good. Thank you. To be fair, his charges are for food restricting the Gaza Strip when they are the most fed in the last decade. My understanding, it's well, Tron, you can link me something because I never got to actually dive deep into the thing. I heard extermination, not genocide, but extermination. But maybe that was what they are charging the Hamas leader of. Okay, let's see what this is.
I didn't run. I didn't run.
Okay, 1 second. Likud is crazy as fuck, but their support stems from Hamas and Hezbollah being an actual threat to their population. Yes, no, I agree with that. Like they take the fear that comes from the legitimate threats that come from Hezbollah, that come from Hamas, and then they gain political power through that. That's the way that it is. I think that ultimately the biggest critique of Israel right now is that they're not thinking forward. They're not thinking about the health of everything, in 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years down the road. Because like Israel has the capability of defending itself for the most part. If they do lose global support, and especially if they lose support from the United States because they are just like so headstrong on the idea, like, oh well, we're Israel, we're the United States' strongest ally in the Middle East, we're never going to lose the support of the United States. They're wrong. As they can see right now, they're losing support of the United States. If our voters at some point just start hating Israel more than they like Israel, at that point, Israel is no longer going to have support of the United States because we're going to vote in a bunch of people that are anti-Israel. So you got to balance that. You got to balance your war aims with your security, with the opinion of the entirety of the entire fucking world. Have you ever dated a Jewish woman before? Why are you so, like, up my ass about what kinds of people I have and haven't dated? That sounds super fucking familiar, and I did, until I heard that first chord, that dun 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 dun. I was like, this kind of fucking slaps, dude. I kind of want to grab my guitar. A solid 8.5 out of 10. All right, 8.5 out of 10. I'm going to look like Panda. Here's a Twitter source. Shut up. Should I take that as a no? I've never dated a Jewish woman, to my knowledge. No. I mean, maybe they were a secret Mossad agent, or maybe they used like Talmudic magic to, hide their Jewry from me. But like, I have no fucking clue. I don't think so. If they were Jewish, then they weren't a religious Jewish person because they didn't tell me. Wait, Sondsol broke his kick. His viewers are not a number? What does that mean? Oh. Nan. Wait. I mean, it tells me how many I have on my side, but... yeah, Talmudic magic, conjuring clay golems. Nair. Relationship, money, religion, race, IQ, gender, and political questions. All right, let's see here. What else? I'm not watching the rest of that. Maybe we'll read that. Maybe we'll look at that. I want to give this a thumbs up. Wait, am I even able to give this a thumbs up? Okay, yeah. We don't need another tab of YouTube. There we go. All right. Also, really quick, I don't even know how many people we have watching right now or how many likes we have on the stream, but if you haven't liked and you're watching on YouTube, please like the stream. It helps me out a whole lot. We don't have any plans today. We don't have any, this is more streaming in the past 24 hours than I do on a regular basis. So this is really just going to be probably it probably won't be as long of a stream as yesterday, but it will probably be a longer than average stream, and it's probably just going to be very meandering and very chill in nature. So if you guys want to link anything, please join the Discord. There's a fun little channel if you look in there. And look, Nair put the President Sunday parody right there. But you can drop any suggestions that you want to do in the content suggestions channel right there. We have a general chat, et cetera, et cetera. So you guys can always link some stuff for me in there if you're watching on YouTube. Man, a new stream, Slave Driver, I just started working on yesterday. Well, here's the thing. I'm just giving you a backlog of stuff, okay? This is just a backlog of stuff that you can release at your whimsy, all right? And you DM'd me something. Oh, yeah, okay. I understand what you were saying earlier. Climate change is okay, and so are aliens. Based. Since it's going to be a long chill stream, I'm thinking I'm probably going to open up Death Must Die. And we'll listen to some stuff. I wish there was a way to lock this fucking thing to a specific size, dude. It is so aggravating that it will not stay at a consistent size. Is there a way to lock it? No, there's not. There's no way. It's so stupid. Okay.
Today is Saturday, May 25th, 2024, and today we are going to be talking about Donald Trump's presidential campaign. And over the past couple of months, and more recently in the past few weeks too, we have started to see Donald Trump's campaign really decrease in terms of the political maneuvering skill.
Oh, wait, also, did you guys see that Trump is considering Tom Cotton, of all fucking people, to be his VP pick? I cannot imagine when you have all things considered, in terms of polling, Trump has a very slight advantage at the current moment. But right now it is only a slight advantage. You don't have the advantage that you had in December of last year, or January of this year, or February of this year. Ever since the State of the Union speech, Biden's momentum has been rising and rising and rising. He's been getting better and better in the polls. I mean, like, I'm pretty sure if we were to go to real clear presidential election polling, general election polls. Wait, can we not see like a graph? Election 2024, Trump versus Biden. Damn, they're both rising right now, like at the same fucking rate. That's fucking weird. Okay. But like, we're basically right now in a dead heat. Whereas, you know, January and December, look at December. That's a 3-point advantage that he had. This is the closest that it's been just about at this point right here. January 10th, he had less than a point of an advantage. Oh no, I guess like right over here, it was basically tied. But like, Trump has had a bigger advantage basically this whole time. And now he's down to that 1.1. My guy, why are you going to choose someone like Tom Cotton, who has not a particularly high approval rating nationwide, right? Like, he has a bad reputation for right after the BLM protests. Not even when, like, it was before even the big protests or the big riots started, right? Like in Seattle and in Portland and places like that. He was putting out really, really crazy statements on like New York Times and Washington Post op-eds. He was one of the people that supported the January 6th insurrection. He's been a like loyal Trump ally. So the people that you're signaling to there are the 50% of, you know, or like what, let's say 70% of the Republican Party that are always going to vote for you no matter what, because you're Donald Trump and they're brainwashed, right? But like, what about the other 30% of the Republicans that you need? What about the, you know, X amount of percentage of people that are swing voters in any given state? What about, you know, like trying to pull people from the Democratic side? Like, are you just thinking that you've got this in the bag, so you're going to choose someone that will absolutely obey your every wish and demand? Is that what the goal is there? Because why the fuck would you do that when you can see Biden's approval rating, or at least in terms of his popularity versus you in the election is rising. You have 1 point advantage right now, my guy. Are you okay? The last time that Biden had a positive over Trump was just after October 7th. Can I get to the 1 pixel where it's... Oh no, was this a tie? Oh no. So Biden hasn't had an advantage since September of last year. And now that you're like starting to lose momentum and Biden is starting to gain momentum, you're going to do some shit like that? It just doesn't make any sense. Tom will be loyal to Trump over the Constitution. I mean, I don't doubt it. Like, when it comes to like the Trump dick riders, the people that are going to simp for Trump over, like, no matter what, like, he could have like chosen someone like Marjorie Taylor Greene. Actually, no, that probably would have been a really that one probably would have been a loser for a VP pick. But like, let's think of like literally anyone else that is like popular in the Republican Party, or at least that is very popular with like Trump type people, that isn't a guy from a safe state, right? Tom Cotton's from Arkansas, right? That state is not going to go blue, right? It is not a swing state whatsoever. You're not currying any favor with the state of Arkansas that you wouldn't have already gotten, right? So you're not getting any benefits from Tom Cotton there. You're not getting any benefits from Tom Cotton in terms of policy, because Tom Cotton isn't going to be moderating Trump. Usually when someone chooses someone to be their running mate, like in 2016, the reason that Trump chose Pence is because Pence was seen as like a moderating force compared to Trump, because he's, you know, this nice, calm, Christian man who has been a Republican for forever. So he'll be able to keep a check on Trump, which, I mean, I guess at the very last second he was a check on Trump. He did not go along with the, stealing the election. So Kristi Noem could have been a good VP if it hadn't been for that awful puppy killing story. True. I have no idea. Like, that's not even the Kristi Noem thing. I'm going to be honest with you guys. That wasn't just like a stupid thing to publish because you want to be vice president and it's going to tank your chances to be vice president. That's like an inside thought, right? That's like an inside thought. That's something that you never tell anyone, ever, literally ever. That's something that you keep close to your chest for the entirety of your entire life. But she wrote a book or an article or something where she talks about shooting her fucking dog, and then, this dog was annoying me, so I'm going to execute him, right? While he's happily looking at me from this pit that I put him in, right? Thinking that we're playing a game. Well, there's also this really annoying goat that I fucking hate on my farm. Let me execute the goat too. Oh no, the goat jumped at the last second, so I only mortally wounded it. Let me go ahead and put it out of its misery. Right as she puts it out of its misery, her kids get home from school. The school bus pulls up right in front of their farm, drops the kids off while she's holding the shotgun that she put their dog down with. She executed her 14-month-old puppy because it bit her hand. No, she executed her 14-month-old puppy because she didn't have the patience to train it. Let's be clear here, all right? As someone that is a big animal lover who has worked in the pet industry, both in the vet industry, in the I've worked with boarding, I've worked with training, I've worked in the retail side of things, I've worked in the food production side of things. I've worked with dogs for the overwhelming majority of my working life, right? It's only in the last like 2.5 years that I got out of that. The only reason that dog had to be, or I say had to be, the only reason she killed that dog is because she's a shit person that was too fucking impatient herself. Like, she talks about her dog being impatient and not having any, self-control. If she had any fucking self-control, she would have trained the fucking dog. And also, if she had any self-control, she wouldn't have fucking pulled out fucking a 12 gauge, loaded a slug into it, and fucking shot the thing. There was a much better use for that slug, and it was about a 180 degree rotation around. All right, fuck that shit. I'm sorry. I hear about people you hear local news stories of people doing animal abuse. Bro, I have so little fucking tolerance for people that do any kind of fucking animal abuse. That shit's so fucking sick to me. Animals should be put down if they attack humans. Once animals get the taste of human flesh, they get the blood rage. Let me tell you something. So a long time ago, my second job was working at this dog food store that sold raw meat dog food, right? It had that was also where I did the food production side of things, right? Where you grind up muscle meat and then organs and then grind up bone and put that in there, so it's supposed to be a complete meal. I don't know the science behind it. Don't ask me. I was 16, 17 years old. Bro, there was one time, some of the fucking funniest customer service stories I have are from that place, dude. There was this one lady that came in with a half empty container of the raw meat food, right? She was a first time customer, and she came in 2 days later, and she's like, I have to return this food. I don't know what I'm going to do. I fed my dogs this raw meat, and now they have the bloodlust. She didn't say they have a bloodlust or they're bloodthirsty. She said they had the bloodlust, and she said it about 10 fucking times. They have the bloodlust. They have the bloodlust. I don't know what I'm gonna do. They have the bloodlust. And I'm just sitting there lady, you have Pomeranians. It's not like you have fucking German shepherds and you should be scared of them. These things weigh 8 pounds combined. The overwhelming majority of the volume of the dogs is just fur. You shouldn't be worried, even if the Pomeranians do have the bloodlust. I feed my dogs chicken feet. Yep, we also sold chicken feet. Another really great story from there is we were opening, right? It's 6:30 in the fucking morning, right? We're opening, and some Charles Manson looking motherfucker, right, comes in. This is the summer going into my senior year, right? And me and the supervisor, manager on shift, whatever her title was, right? We're sitting there, we're just waiting for, customers to come in, right? It's a very small business, and it's not directly accessible from or directly visible from the street. So, it's you only get customers that are specifically looking for you, right? You don't get many walk-ins. And Charles Manson fucking walks in, right? This guy's wearing a fucking huge overcoat, right? It's the summer in fucking Houston, Texas. Nobody's wearing an overcoat, right? And he comes in with his scraggly fucking hair and his crazy eyes, and he looks at us and he's like, I came to get the food for my dog. And we're like, oh, okay, you're coming to get dog food? Good. We thought you were coming to murder us, right? We're like, do you remember what food it was? Because again, this was a dog food store. There's a lot of food there, right? He's like, I came to get the magic food. Oh, the magic food? I need the magic food to keep the fingers from growing on my dog. I'm sorry? The fingers are growing out of my dog's head, and I need the magic food that you sold me to keep the fingers from growing on my dog. And I'm sitting there, I'm 17 years old, and I'm freaked the fuck out. Like, what the fuck are we gonna do? This guy is about to murder us, right? He says his dog has fingers growing out of its head. Bro, that 4-foot tall bitch fucking walked up. She's like, oh yeah, I remember. She walked over, grabbed like a $3 fucking thing of the raw meat, pulled it over, checked him out, said this is exactly what he needed. She's like, dude, I just grabbed a random thing. I don't think that he knew where he was, so we're just gonna get him out of there. Like, was it a tumor? I don't know. We never saw him again. We never saw him before, and we never saw him after. But again, like the weird thing about it, that whole like sequence of events was that, again, this was like, how do I even describe? So like, let's say that like this is the street. Here, let me hide this for a second. Let's say that this is the street, like the major roadway, right? And then we have let's do gray. We have like a little driveway right here, right? A small parking lot that goes about like this. And it also goes back this way. Right up here. Oh no, stop. You stay that color. Right here were like the street-facing businesses, like a donut shop, they had like laser tag or some shit. And then we were back here. We were up here. So you could not see us at any angle from the street. There were like, some kind of buildings over here blocking the access for like sight. So you have to be like right here to even see the building, but there's no sign. We don't have a sign on the street. We have no idea how the guy found us, but he walked in very deliberately and knew that we were a dog food store and so somehow he knew. So we were we were fucking freaked out, dude. Me and that manager, we were super tight, right? Because she was a gamer, I was a gamer, she was a lesbian, I was a dude that liked girls. We were fucking binding, dude. We were fucking talking shit the entire time that I worked there. But right then, dude, it was like pure survival solidarity. And she had the best idea between the two of us, because I was preparing for combat, not gonna lie. Okay. All right. Imagine I make an AI of a dog with fingers growing out of its head and use your audio over top of it. I mean, if you want to, I don't care. But that was a very interesting job I had. I think like the only other interesting thing that ever happened at that store is I almost died. No, I almost died there twice. One was due to electrocution and one was due to being locked in the freezer. The electrocution was arguably my fault. I would say it wasn't my fault, but we had some words back and forth about my level of safety. But the freezer was not my fault. All right. Because we had this walk-in freezer that had, they stacked these crates of raw meat to the ceiling of this thing. And then people would come in and say, hey, I need, a 40-pound case of chicken hearts. Right. So I would have to go over to the other side, right? A unit like two doors down. No one else over there. When you're inside of the freezer, there is no cell signal. And I have to belly crawl on top of the boxes, right? There's just enough room for me to squeeze through with my belly on the boxes and my back against the ceiling. Like it's packed floor to ceiling, front to back, right? And I have to get a 40-pound case of chicken hearts. But when the door closed behind me, holy shit, dude. One of the boxes was obscuring made the little push thing for me to open the door because it latches from the outside, right? I couldn't get to that. So I think I was in there for 40 minutes in this like actually 0-degree temperature with only a hoodie on. Like banging on the door, right? Trying to hope and pray that I could get like a Wi-Fi signal inside of the freezer, but then it was so cold inside of the freezer that it shut my phone off. Bro, that shit was fucking scary. Let me see here. Are you ignoring my political questions at this point, even if they are relevant to what you're talking about? I didn't see that you asked me a question. Because I was talking about, listen, I get to talk about, fun things sometimes, okay? And sometimes we don't have to, sometimes I can tell a funny story from when I was, at a job and I almost died, okay? Okay. Do you believe secular Jewish voters who otherwise would vote Democrat are going to flip to RFK because of his pro-Israel stance since Biden is advocating a ceasefire? No. That is extremely unlikely. Everybody thinks that the Israel-Palestine thing is going to be a big electoral predictor. Even amongst the group that seems to care about it the most, right? That cohort of people, college-aged kids. RFK is also a Democrat in name only. That guy is fucking crazy. That fucking worm that was in his brain did a number on him, dude. But the thing is, there was a recent poll that was replicated a couple of weeks later where they asked a bunch of college students, here are 15 or some number of relevant political issues right now, and we're going to show you 2 of them, and you tell us which one is more important to you. And they did that. They did 40 flip over of the cards, right? And it gave you a general idea of how you can rank them, however they ordered the cards, right? And so out of these, X number of, I think it was 16 major issues that people say are their top issues for this election. Even in the cohort of people that are supposedly the most angry about Israel-Palestine, the only thing that was below Israel-Palestine in terms of what they care about this election was, I believe, college loan repayments. That was number 16. And then right above that was Israel-Palestine. What matters most to people is economy. Yeah. I mean, let's see if we can find this. Young voters don't care about Israel-Palestine election. I'm sure that's going to be the best wording for search engine. Young voters are mad about Gaza, but many don't see it driving their 2024 votes. Focus group of Wisconsin students, and Wisconsin is a massive fucking swing state, exposed intense feelings about Israel's military campaign in Gaza and how it fits into other issues that matter into the election. I wonder if this is the same study I'm talking about, because the methodology that I went through or told you guys about. No, this wasn't a 16. This wasn't only 16 people. This was let's see. Young Americans are most critical of Israel, but Israel-Gaza isn't a top priority. The Harvard Youth poll randomly gave respondents different pairs of issues. This must be what I was talking about. For all the focus on college campus protests, however, the conflict in Israel doesn't actually rate that highly as an important issue to most young Americans. To identify which issues young Americans viewed as most important, the Harvard Youth poll randomly gave respondents different pairs of issues and asked them which was more important to them. Using that approach, the survey found that, much like Americans overall, young people are most worried about economic or economic-adjacent issues. 53% or more rated inflation, jobs, housing, and healthcare as more important than other issues, but only 34% rated Israel-Palestine as more important than a other issues, which ranked it second to last, notably topping only student debt, another much talked about issue. Look at that, guys. I am so good at fucking remembering stuff. Ranked it second to last. I wonder if they have a link to this. Other polling has found younger Americans don't view this as an especially important issue for their vote in 2024. Bloomberg and Morning Consult have corroborated or collaborated this cycle to survey registered voters in 7 swing states, which has included asking respondents if an issue will be important to their choice in November. Their April poll of swing state voters found that just 59% of 18 to 34-year-olds in swing states rated the Israel-Hamas war as very or somewhat important to their vote. That figure might sound high at first blush, but it was essentially tied for last place amongst the issues polled with Russia-Ukraine war, 58%. By contrast, a whopping 95% rated the economy is important, and around 90% said the same for each of crime, education, healthcare, and housing. I'm not talking about the population as a whole, but specifically the secular Jewish community. Can you tell me what Biden is doing that is bad against Israel? Weapon shipments are still going through. Also, like, RFK is a meme candidate. Something that you should understand, and this is like the first what do you call it? Election cycle that is going to be, something that you probably paid attention to, but third-party candidates, which RFK is, he's not running as a Democrat, right? He's running as an independent. So that's something you should take into account also. I'm not secular, so I support Trump. Okay, Chief. I don't think that secular or non-secular Jews en masse are going to be voting for Trump. I'd vote Mike Johnson just because he's living paycheck to paycheck still, and will at least compromise away from the far right crazies. Actually, that's not like a. Wait, what about Fetterman? RFK Jr. will pull way more Trump voters than Democrats. I think that at the end of the day, I think that it's possible that he would be able to pull more Republican votes away. I don't know about Trump votes away, but more Republican votes away than Democratic votes, for the sole reason that the things that Democrats don't like RFK for, namely like his anti-vax stances, his weird race realist stances, his stance on COVID itself, like that is going to be a massive push factor for any Democrat leaning person for voting from him. I don't know. I'm sorry. Like, every time you say this, and then I give you the same response every time, and then like we go down this dialogue tree that we've both developed for this argument, and then you end up conceding that it is a vaccine, but it's mRNA technology, so it's different. Like, we do this every single fucking stream, Front Yard Shield. Every single fucking stream. Except for last stream, because I was busy doing other things. But like, it is by definition a vaccine. He's like what they had in Disney in the 80s? What are you talking about? An animatronic human. Okay, gotcha. Okay, what were we doing? What the fuck? Oh, that's right. We were watching this. Okay, really quick. Okay. Listen, I usually am able to hold it for the entirety of stream, but I had a surgery that makes me have to pee on a very, very regular basis, and I've been holding it. I'm going to piss. All right. Here, anime girl dancing for you. Also, funny you ignored me proving you wrong that Orthodox Jews are Republicans. I didn't see it. I'm sorry. And also, Orthodox Jews aren't the only religious Jews. All right. No more Jew talk. Uh-oh, Sondsol's entered the room. Everyone, quick. Obviously, Front Yard Shield doesn't follow all the tenets of Judaism, or else you wouldn't be voting for the closest thing to Adolf Hitler that America's ever seen. Jesus Christ. Listen, I'm not like a particularly religious person, and I don't put much stock into it. I'm agnostic. I'm not. I don't think I would consider myself an atheist. I don't think I would consider myself religious by any stretch of the imagination. I'm like a true agnostic. It could be real. It could be, the comfortable thought is, shut up, Tron. The comfortable thought to me would be, if I was to comfort myself, is I hope there's a God, because like I don't like the concept of dying. Dying seems like a real fucking bummer, right? I don't want eternal blackness and not being conscious anymore ever again. But I don't know what happens when you die. Nobody does. But this is something that I don't understand about. Maybe I do. But if you guys are at all religious in chat, let me know. When someone says like you can't be religiously Christian and not be Catholic, right? Or like if you're not Eastern Orthodox, you're not like actually a Christian. Or if you're not like this denomination, or if you're not Protestant, right? Like you're not actually a Christian. Or if you don't do this, or if you don't do that, you're not actually a Christian, right? Is this just like elitism, or a boy? You're not supposed. I showed you my prayer mat in confidence. You can't tell people, okay? I've been defending Israel to keep my deep cover, and now you're blowing it right now in real time. But like, I just. Oh, I know what happens if you die in battle. You go to Valhalla. Based. Oh, 1 second. Let me help my girlfriend. Oh, well, real quick, my girlfriend needs to call me about something about the apartment that we just signed for in DC. I'm going to give you guys the music again, and I want you guys to write me a thesis on why you think that people like Front Yard Shield are elitist about religion, or whether that is a valid opinion, because I think it is an ultra fucking cope position just to make yourself feel like you're a better, XYZ religion person than the other people. All right, give me just a couple more seconds. All right, sorry. We're back. I had to run also downstairs because like the second that I sat back down for the to come back to stream after the bathroom, like immediately I was like, damn, not only do I have to pee again, it hurts. Holy shit, why does it hurt so bad? But then I realized I forgot to take every single one of my like post-surgery meds today. Whoops. It's time to make fun of fat people? Ah, damn, we were just 15 seconds into a video about Trump talking to black people. But you know what? It might be time to make fun of fat people.
And this is Diet.
Side quest. Let's see. How are we doing?
Talking. You are not allowed in my community.
Hey, welcome or welcome.
And this is Diet Culture Talk, and you are not allowed in my community.
Hey, welcome or welcome back. My name is Nadia. Today we are gonna do just a fat acceptance compilation. So we're gonna
Sondsol will snap and kill fat people eventually. Hold on, really quick. Let me just get like a vibe check for people who were here the other day when I was high and talking about fat people. How bad was I? Because of course, I'm not going to remember every throwaway statement that I made. Was I like was I too much? Was my mask slipping way too much on that? Or Sondsol had to change his pants? No, I didn't have to change my... Oh, that's right. You're little bits. I don't need to respond to you. You would tell them to rope, but no structures built can hold them. True. Fuck. Oh shit, you know, I didn't turn my fucking camera back on. Why didn't anyone tell me? Bro. You know what I need, guys? You know what I need, and something that I really want? I need one of the Keffels Wigglers, right? I started talking to someone that has the art skills to do that, and I just never followed up because I'm a total fucking idiot. I want one of those, and then I want a VTuber avatar. All right. It was fine, but it took you 1 hour to react to a 15-minute video because you were rambling. Yeah, I do have the weed vape, but we're gonna hold off on it for right now. All right. Or at least we're gonna do it in we're not gonna hold off on it, but we are gonna do it in much higher moderation. Okay. We're going to moderate the fuck out of what we do. I'm scared of giga cancellation if I let the VOD be listed. Was it really that bad? Was I like... Listen, fat people are in a protected class. You know, I probably should hold off on this before we react to this, actually. Before I do, like, actually fuck my entire life up. Here you go, Waffles. All right. She wants attention, so we're going to give her attention. Everybody say hi to Waffles. Everyone say hi to Waffles. Okay, okay. This right here is the perfect cat that we have. She is perfect. She can do no wrong. The only thing that she can do wrong is what she's doing literally right now, is just be needy. You're just a needy little baby. You're a needy baby, and I know what you're going to do. You're going to climb on top of me, or you're going to jump onto the shelf in the back. So I'm going to try and put you in my lap so that you'll just sit down and chill. Just sit down and chill in my lap, because that's what you want. You want attention. You want love. I'm going to give it to you. But you cannot be getting up in my face. Because at the very beginning of stream, when I hit go live, she jumped up onto the desk and she rubbed herself on my face. And I feel like every square nanometer of my face has cat hair on it. Like, I feel like there's still fuzz all over my face from that. Okay. Yes, I'm calling for an intifada against obesity. Okay. Orange cats have no chill. I need to post in the Discord the video of her. We have this floor to ceiling cat tree, right? Like where you get the get out the catnip. See, I literally have catnip on hand right here. And I put it in this little box for her to sit next to me at, but she won't crawl inside of it. Well, maybe she will. Okay, maybe. Okay, I've effectively distracted her, but she has this floor to ceiling cat tree that's shaped like a cactus, right? And she crawls, or I say she crawls. She leaps from a standing position about 10 feet into the air to get onto the top of it, and then she fucking wants to fight. She wants to fucking swat at us and fight with us and have us fucking play with her, and it's literally constant, like 1,000,000% of the time. She is the only cat that I've ever seen that will play so hard that she starts like panting from exhaustion. A cat who doesn't like a box? Yeah, I don't know what the deal is. Like, and I mean, like, look at this box too. It's a specifically made box to fit into the shelf that I have back there so that the cats can like chill in the little box in the shelf while I stream, and none of them want to fucking use it, literally ever. I have an orange cat, Max Chill. You're lucky.
We're going to look at a little bit of everything. And if you make it to the end of this video, I have a question about a very old video that most people have seen by now. It is the cake-related fat phobic incident video. And I feel like I noticed something, but we will get there. We're going to jump right in.
Walking is great, but do not count that as exercise.
I'm so glad you said that. It is the...
This video unintentionally illustrates why the solution to fat phobia is not and never will be weight loss, because no matter what you do, they're always going to move the bar.
I slowed that down, and I think it's still hard to understand. What she said was, this clip unintentionally illustrates...
Wait.
We're gonna jump right in.
Walking is great.
Walking. Okay, Jesus. I wasn't looking at the fucking captions. I thought she said fucking is great, but it isn't exercise. I was like, huh, speak for yourself, sister. You're doing it wrong. Number one. Number two, I don't think that that's a concern for the kind of people that you're talking to here. Walking is fucking is great, but it's not exercise. Number one, it is. And also number two, you're talking to the wrong target audience if you're trying to get people to lose weight, right? Because if they're at the point where they're going to like health gurus for like basic weight loss advice, they're probably really big. They're probably... How do you move the bar for weight loss? You either lose weight or you don't?
Great, but do not count that as exercise.
I'm so glad you said that. It is the...
This video unintentionally illustrates why the solution to fat phobia is not and never will be weight loss, because no matter what you do, they're always going to move the bar.
I slowed that down, and I think it's still hard to understand.
Yeah, what would be the bar at that point? It's not weight loss. It's also eating healthy. Oh, you're losing weight and you're eating healthy? I bet you don't exercise, fatty. Like, what does she mean? They're going to find some other issue with you. The only thing that links these disparate groups together is their like BMI.
And what she said was, this clip unintentionally illustrates why the solution to fat phobia is never and will never be intentional weight loss. Because no matter what you do, there always...
I'm pretty sure modern good health advice is active walking multiple times a day is the single best thing you can do for your health. I mean, it's probably really good for your health, but is it the single best thing that you can do for your health? There's probably, I would say, like, probably eating healthy at the very, like, outset is probably the single best thing that you can do for your health, right? But like when it comes to walking, yeah, you should walk, but that's not going to give you any kind of cardio, right? That's just like literally burning calories. You are walking and you are exerting energy, which is, you know, creating, you know, chemical processes in your brain or in your body that end up using up fat. And, you know, the cat. Hi. Yeah, you can sit in my lap, but you have to sit in my lap. You have to sit in my lap. Active walking, like slightly out of breath. Just tell people to jog at that point, dude.
He's gonna move the bar. And I don't agree with that podcast host or whoever that is, but this feels really personal for her.
Because to them, fitness is not actually an act of something that is good for your body. It is in fact a punishment for the social deviance of fatness. That is why if you are fat and you find a form of exercise that you enjoy and is good for your body, is low impact or low intensity or God forbid fun, they're going to tell you that it is not good enough because they don't want you to benefit from exercise. They want to hurt you with it.
Other people want to hurt.
The only reason the exercise hurts is because your joints have so much extra weight on them.
You with exercise. That is really how she's trying to twist this woman's words. But even worse than that is she seems to actually believe this, judging by the look on her face.
It's intense.
And 1,600 people almost have liked this, which is basically 1,600 people saying, yeah, that tracks. That's not crazy at all.
Walking is great, but do not count that as exercise.
I'm so glad you said that. It is the strange. I don't know when that started.
I don't know either. And if we don't challenge the way,
I feel it's like the last 5 or 8 years. Like, so walking is exercise?
Yeah, this isn't an effective way.
Well, here's what I would say. Like, I disagree with what they're saying there insofar as, like, obviously walking is exercise because you are doing, you know, physical motion that is propelling you along the ground. You have to exert energy in order to walk. So therefore it's going to be a form of exercise. If you do it, this is the only exception. You have to do it with intention, right? And you have to do it consistently, right? And you have to do it for more than like 100-yard dash of, you know, slowly meandering yourself down the street to the nearest gas station and then back, right? Like you have to like walk for a considerable amount of time if you're only going to walk.
To deliver a message to people by sort of belittling and condescending them. But we can critique this without reducing them to people who just...
If you walk after you eat, it like activates your stomach? No. If you walk after you eat, for about 10 minutes, if you walk after you eat, then it will lower the insulin spike that you get after eating, right? Or it will smooth out the curve of the insulin spike that you get after eating, which is what the insulin spikes are, what give you that initial, what is the word I'm looking for? Like storing of fat, right? And it also makes you insulin resistant the more like intense spikes that you get while young, right? So you can become insulin resistant and develop diabetes. So you should do like 10 minutes of walking after you eat dinner or something like that. That's a very good thing for weight loss. That's something that me and my girlfriend have started doing because she's on a like super health kick, and I've decided that, you know, I'm almost 30. I should probably care a little bit about my health personally, you know, because I don't want to end up like the people that we're watching here. Can we watch the keto documentary? I mean, I can't watch copyrighted, like an entire copyrighted movie documentary on. Oh wait, hold on. Yeah, no, this is like a copyrighted movie documentary, right? Yeah, I can't watch that on stream. I can watch it on my own time, but
just want to hurt other people with exercise.
The hell is that?
This is activity of daily living.
Right, like
Get
humans
after it.
humans walk. Like that's not exercise.
Exactly.
Like talk about the lowest possible standard. Like I don't mean to offend anybody, but like I mean maybe if you haven't worked out in forever, start with a walk, but my gosh, you're not exercising.
No, it is exercise, and I encourage everybody to walk as much as they are able to.
Come to a gym with me and you'll see someone exercise, right?
Yeah, being kind of weird, man.
So here is my recommendation. There is no replacement for resistance training. And this is not to offend doing yoga. And people get very upset about their modality of exercise. God forbid that there is a problem. I need to be able to lift my 40-pound 4-year-old up and throw my other 2-year-old on my shoulder. And if I need to sprint and lift both of those little suckers, I got to be able to do that.
Yeah.
I do understand what
what? Hey, Kat, you're being incredibly fucking annoying. I love you to death. You are incredibly cute, and you are perfect. But right now, you're being imperfect because you are everywhere. Get on the back of the chair. Get on the back of the chair and relax there. Or just jump down, and then you're going to go around the box. Is that what you're going to do? You're going to go around the box? She's going into the box. I might have dumped half of that container of catnip in there. I'm trying to talk softly so that she doesn't get scared out of it. But I'm hoping that maybe just maybe, she'll settle down into the box and not constantly walk in circles around me. Okay. Dogs are better than cats, IMO. It would be better to trade your cat for a pug. Okay, first off, not a pug, all right? I used to be more of a dog person than a cat person, but and then I worked with dogs for 10 years. And I'll tell you right now, as someone that worked with dogs for 10 fucking years in every aspect of like the pet industry, let me tell you, I prefer cats 10 times out of 10. I cannot imagine ever owning I could probably own like a golden retriever or a corgi, or one of those like what are the like the one from Lady and the Tramp, they're Cavaliers. I could have a Cavalier, right? But like let me fucking tell you something. There's something that we invented in cars, right? Where when the car impacts on a stationary surface or they crash into another car, there is a crumple zone so that the car doesn't transfer all of its kinetic energy to you, right? Dogs do not have these crumple zones. When a dog is like has the zoomies and they're running around the room and they run into you, 100% of that kinetic force is going straight to your ankles or knees or both, all right? And it fucking hurts, all right? And you have to walk them outside, and you don't have like a nice little specified area inside that they will go to the bathroom, and it's not going to like completely ruin the house, right? Cats do have crumple zones. When a cat runs into you, they're going to crumple against your leg, and it will not hurt. It will not hurt. Now, if you get a shitty cat, like my little brother's cat that did all of this to me over the past 3 days, now that's a problem. All right. That's a bad cat. All right. Cute cat, bad cat. But here's the other thing that you fucked up in your analysis there, Panda. All right. Pugs are the worst fucking breed of dog, bar none. They're the single shittiest breed of dog to exist. They should never have existed, like Moisac said. Pugs aren't wild. They're disgusting. I have never in my life, in 10 years of working, no, you know what? I'll say this. There was literally one example of a healthy pug. In 10 years of working at vets, at working at boarding facilities, at working at training facilities, that I saw a single healthy pug. They are the most disgusting fucking dogs. Like, why would I want to have a dog that they wake up in the morning and the second they start walking, all you hear is fuck, I actually made myself gag there. Jesus. That was horrible. That was horrible. Ugh. That hurt. But yeah, pugs are like actually the worst breed of dogs. And it's not that like it's not like they can help it. They were intentionally bred to have like brachycephalic. Is that what it's called? Brachycephalic. Yes. They're brachycephalic dogs, meaning that their nose is schmooshed, so they can't fucking breathe. Their nasal cavity is the same length as a dog that has a normal fucking dog nose, but theirs is squished, so they have to like force the air through folds of their nasal cavity just to fucking breathe. I can't stand it. I can't fucking stand it. Jesus Christ, I fucking hate pugs. Sorry. Yeah, and they do get constant infections in their skin folds. Pugs are one of the breeds that you have to clean the folds on, but also Shar-Peis and other dogs with like the wrinkly skin. Listen, I actually have way more knowledge than you guys would possibly guess on dogs. Like I am way too knowledgeable about dogs. So if you guys have questions, I can probably answer them, or I can tell you where you should go to get an answer.
She's trying to say here, so I want to.
Oh wait, hold on. That guy said something very fucking weird, and I just wanted to point it out really quick.
Year-old on my shoulder, and if I need to sprint and lift both of those little suckers, I got to be able to do that.
Yeah.
I do.
Why did he say it like that? Yeah. Like his facial expression. Like, I'm sorry. One more time, please tell me if I'm insane for thinking that
lift both of those little suckers. I got to be able to do that.
Yeah.
I do understand what she's trying to say here, so I want
Weird
to
as fuck.
elaborate a bit. There are benefits from strength/resistance training that you cannot get from light to moderate cardio like walking. For those who don't know, I am a certified personal trainer, and I'm going to emphasize again that walking is great. It is one of my favorite things to do, but people start to lose muscle mass around their 30s, and the decline happens at a consistent rate of about 5% loss per decade from that point on. So this is where strength training can really impact our quality of life. That does not mean that walking isn't exercise, but programming to build muscle will include more than walking. And real quick, I just want to shine a light on this absurd comment where someone said their whole reasoning of being prepared for life and emergencies is so doomsday prepper to me. It's important everyone can carry their family members in case of a fire. It's kind of scary to think about being surrounded by other humans who view this as some goofy reason to be in shape.
Okay, so this comment.
I think that people took the idea of doomsday preppers and like how ridiculous that whole concept is, you know, and applied that to anybody that prepares for any kind of emergency, right? Like, we had someone that came over to our house one time. We had some friends over, and we keep a lot of canned goods because during hurricane season in Houston, you want to make sure that you're not going to be either caught in the hustle and bustle to like rapidly go and get yourself some canned food or, non-perishables for if a hurricane hits like right before one does. right? And you don't want to be the last one to the grocery store when everyone knows that there's a hurricane coming, right? Like those are two things that you don't want. So you keep some canned food on hand. People like this motherfucker wanted to call us no waffles. This motherfucker wanted to call us doomsday preppers because we had like, you know, enough canned food for 2 people and 4 cats for about a week. That's just like a normal like amount of preparation. Make sure to buy some food buckets from Jim Baker. Yeah, wasn't it just like, fuck. 1 second. That was like the weird gruel stuff, right? That Tim Pool was telling people to buy. Jim. Oh, wait, you know what? We could probably find something about this on YouTube.
Welcome to the Jim Baker Show. Here are your hosts, Jim and Lori Baker.
What the fuck?
Hello, everybody.
Oh my God, they have fucking tables set up for people to eat the shit while they're there? Oh man. Usually people like... Actually, you know what? I was about to say something really fucking stupid that I don't know. Like usually when there's like a TV show and you want to go and see like The Daily Show or Saturday Night Live, you know, in person, you probably have to pay for tickets for that, right? Like they don't just like do raffles for the entirety of the seats, right? And they don't just let people in off of the street. Like you have to buy a ticket. Like, did these people pay to come and eat the nasty fucking like bucket food that he has?
Welcome to Gray Street.
Hi there.
The man who discovered the blood moons is here with us.
Yes,
Martin Bilks is back home.
Hold on.
Wow.
That's the anniversary of the creation of the world.
Wow.
10 days later is Yom Kippur, the Day of Judgment.
Wait, hold on. Is this Jim Backer's buckets? Where are the buckets? Bro, Cat, I don't know. What can I do to make you happy? What can I do to placate you? I have given you so much love. Okay.
People.
Wait, hold on. Let's go back to here.
Wow.
10 days later is Yom Kippur, the Day of Judgment.
Do you all get that?
This might be surprising to you, Front Yard Shield, Mr. Panda. This might be incredibly surprising to you, but a lot of evangelical Christians either highly respect Jews because they're God's chosen people, and that's one reason why evangelicals are so hell-bent on like uncritically supporting Israel, right? And some of them recognize and, you know, participate in those holidays. And then there are also some, I forget what they're called, but they're like Christian Jews, basically, where they are like mostly Jewish, but they believe that Jesus Christ was the Son of God as well. So they also recognize the New Testament. I just don't know much about that one at all, but there's a lot of weird little Jews for Jesus. Like what do you call what do you call that? Jewish Christians, Messianic Jews. Good for them, I suppose. That's, for some reason, you saying that was really funny to me. Specifically you.
Oh,
You don't see him on
you
this
get that,
calendar
people?
for 500 more years.
Do y'all get that? Wow. Do y'all get that? You know, the people.
Incredible.
We're
Wow,
about
I love that.
there's almost a month now before you can get your food.
Wow, that's good.
People are ordering food faster and faster.
Wow.
In a few hours, there's going to be an event take place. And you won't get food for 6 months to a year.
We will be right back after this special message.
The collapse is coming. Doomsday clock for global market crash strikes 1 minute to midnight. You hear that, John?
Bible says you're going to throw gold and silver in the street. Tomorrow, we could look back and say yesterday was the last day to order and get prepared.
This offer comes with 22 buckets.
God, that's so fucking disgusting. This is like this is how you manufacture atheism in modern society. Grifting off of religion like this.
Plus a bonus of 6 additional buckets for a total of 28 buckets.
I want to show you something. All this food is for a gift of $2,500. 8 years of bulk food. 3 guys.
The sampler bundle, 23,375 servings, $2,500. If you do the math, that's just a little bit over $1 per serving. That's not bad. You know what? For 8 years of food?
Could you dump it into here? It's 22 gallons of rice. Here, John, you shovel it. Okay, shovel it back over there. It looks like a snow pile in there. Boy, look at the steam come out of it.
Wow.
Okay, look at this.
God, I hate everything about this.
Look at this. But what I love to put my
conservatives, evangelicals, they lose their mind over the fucking, World Economic Forum, right? And all of it. You will eat the bugs. You will eat the bugs. You will own nothing and be happy. But then they see these motherfuckers and they're like, man, you know what? That's only $2,500. And that'll feed our family for 8 years. Honey, I think we might ought to look into this. Like, are you Walt or Walter? Just call me Walt if you want. You will eat from the slop bucket and you will praise Christ while you do it.
Hands in there. But it's hot. This is
the cheesy broccoli rice.
Look at the broccoli in there.
Oh. Wow.
Look at the broccoli.
That's good.
Why wouldn't you want that on the top of a pizza? If I went grocery out, I would eat right out of this shovel.
Wow.
Let's dump this in with the rice. There it goes. We're dumping 22 gallons into the rice.
Tell me that these motherfuckers aren't about to serve those people that please tell me that they're not going to. These people paid money to come and watch a TV show get filmed. And now they're going to, for their food, they all sat down. They're like, oh, they have tables. They're going to feed us? Okay. All right. What are we doing? Dinner theater? All right. And then they see these people dumping shit into a fucking pig trough. Rice and fucking cheesy fucking broccoli from a bucket.
There we go. Into the rice. Now I have 40.
Stirred with a fucking foldable fucking military shovel.
4 gallons.
Also, he literally stuck his hand into the rice, took a bite out of it, and threw the remainder back into the bucket. Someone's getting that rice.
What if you have to survive for 2 years or 3 years? You're going to need some more food.
I have cheese all over my mouth, I'm sure. I need a napkin.
And you're doing
girls need
you
napkins.
put real broccoli in here, right?
This is 100% real broccoli.
But if these
They're eating out of the fucking serving spoons, bro.
events take place because the world's going to be on fire and we never really dealt with. But if the world's on fire, there's not going to be anybody there to put it out.
Wow. That's
we ought to just get a bunch of bowls and serve it to the audience.
Wait, these poor fucks, they don't get tables. That means that those other people paid extra for VIP seats. Oh man, that's brutal.
Right.
Can your camera? Oh, your camera. Can you all see that? Look on the monitor. This is 1 bucket.
Wow.
Of pancakes.
Okay, well, I'm glad that that's over. So let's get back to what we were watching. Like, would you eat that slop for any amount of money? Listen, I'm poor. Yeah, there's a non. Honestly, where I'm right now with the medical bills plus the moving costs, it probably wouldn't even be that much to get me to eat like some amount of that for some money. Not gonna fucking lie. I'd eat it for a couple of days. I'd sell it to you fucks. All right, for a sponsorship. All right, your boy's poor. Your boy has medical bills, and your boy is totally willing to sell out. All right, the only way that you can keep me from selling out and selling you guys out to the wolves is by directly donating to me using the Stream Elements link in the description of the YouTube channel, or by becoming a member or using that super chat function. Let's go, everybody. Let's go. Sorry. Let's play a video game, okay? And let's also get the video back up for you guys. There we go.
Is a great example of bias.
The comment that is apparently a great example of bias is, if they aren't capable of the job, why would they give them the role? So apparently having specific standards for hiring someone is now bias.
And there's two things that I notice with this comment. The first thing is that there's the belief that fat people aren't capable. And the second thing,
there's a really important word right there. It is the first word of the sentence. If they aren't physically capable of the job. If. That's kind of like a really important word. How's it going, Blackbird?
is that disabled people shouldn't be given jobs.
That is the straw man of the week for sure. Nowhere did that comment say or even imply that disabled people shouldn't be given jobs. But of course, that's what she's going to reply to, because explaining why someone should be given a job they're not qualified for is going to sound ridiculous, and explaining that people with disabilities have a right to work is going to sound virtuous.
So the question to consider is, how will this person's bias cause harm?
You know, I would actually be interested in listening to fat acceptance activists answer that question.
Well, one, if they're someone who hires people, then they're going to be actively perpetuating anti-fat bias by preferring smaller-bodied candidates. And two,
again, I think I said this last time we watched a fat acceptance video. Can someone please explain to me why every single fucking activist group on the left, and again, these are lefties, okay? Why do they have to come up with like new terminology like for every single fucking thing? Like perpetuating anti-fat bias by preferring smaller bodied candidates? They're thinner than you. They're healthier than you. Now, I'm actually not sure if you can discriminate on the basis of someone being fat, like outside of them being like physically incapable of doing the job. Buy a hat for your hat? I literally own one hat, okay?
if we are lucky to live long enough, we will all become disabled if we're not already disabled.
Wait, what the fuck did you just say, you dumb fucking bitch? Sorry, I take one more hit off of the fucking vape and immediately I'm saying shit that I wouldn't say normally.
And two, if we are lucky to live long enough, we will all become disabled if we're not already disabled.
And this is diet.
Oh, fuck off.
And the second thing is that disabled people shouldn't be given jobs.
That is the straw man of the week for sure. Nowhere did that comment say or even imply that disabled people shouldn't be given jobs. But of course, that's what she's going to reply to, because explaining why someone should be given a job they're not qualified for is going to sound ridiculous, and explaining that people with disabilities have a right to work is going to sound virtuous.
So the question to consider is, how will this person's bias cause harm?
You know, I would actually be interested in listening to fat acceptance activists answer that question.
Well, one, if they're someone who hires people, then they're going to be actively perpetuating anti-fat bias by preferring smaller bodied candidates. And two, if we are lucky,
makes it sound more academic for the like why all these people invent new words for every single new thing. I guess it does make it sound more academic. I might be listen. There's like a meme that people say like as you grow older you become more conservative. Like the only thing that like I'm becoming more conservative on is like whenever I hear someone start using academic language, my brain immediately shuts off. Like that's how I'm becoming more conservative. When people start using academic language, like you know, smaller bodied people, or like when they use like birthing person instead of or like person with a uterus or uterus havers or some shit like that. When they use like all the euphemisms, like they're trying to sound more academic, more smart. Like it just makes me like my brain shut off to all academic language whenever it's like a person talking about something, right? Like I can't fucking stand it.
lucky to live long enough, we will all become disabled if we're not already disabled. So this person is either disabled or pre-disabled. And my...
Bro, finally, I can just say whenever someone is, you know, attacking me online, or if someone is demanding something of me in real life that like I don't feel like doing, I can just accuse them of pre-ableism, right? Because eventually I am going to get dementia, right? Eventually I am going to, like, you know, probably be wheelchair bound, you know, like, so like really you're being pre-ableist right now, asshole. What is this?
Why are they?
Why are we getting food shops clips? Also, is this like, this is 2 days ago? Is this a recent clip?
Why are they still in the weight room? Stop! Make it quick. Make it quick. Get to the point. I'm doing fine. What do you want to talk about? What topic? What?
No, I mean, I don't know. Israel and Palestine. So I'm sure that's one of your tactics, yelling, but I don't know.
Okay, I'll be nice now. Okay.
Okay. So I think like I think I like his political positions both. You know, I still have a lot of contentions with President Sunday, but
Stop, Abby! No, that's not why I dragged you in. Fuck off. Okay, sorry. Continue.
That's good. But what it actually should have been, here, 1 second. What you actually should have done is
Capybara?
that is not what I clicked on. Or maybe it is.
Gone. I love Israel. I love Israel. Gone. Gone. I love Israel. Israel. Gone. I love Israel. I love Israel. Gone. Gone.
That's what you should have played, okay? I need this on the sound bar. Why is it? Wait, hold on. Why do you, on your soundboard, why do you have fucking Haga Nagila Hav, whatever the fuck it's called?
Oh, I love Israel. Israel. Gone. I love Israel.
This plays on repeat on my head every single time I see Hassan talking about Israel-Palestine. Every time I see someone talking about being like pro-Palestinian, resistance movement, immediately, like an invasive fucking thought that I can't get rid of, like a schizophrenic, like mental tick. I can't make it stop. It's just, I love going Israel, or I love Israel gun. Okay, you know what? We're going to watch the video.
My guess is that their biased beliefs are going to harm the way that they view their own body. And I think that's kind of sad. If they unlearned their bias, it would be helpful not only for themselves, but for everyone else. Anti-fatness and ableism affects everyone.
This one actually upset me. I have talked before on here.
Sorry, I was distracted by people linking sound effects of metal pipes falling. Let's go back. Sorry.
Sad. If they unlearned their bias, it would be helpful not only for themselves, but for everyone else. Anti-fatness and ableism affects everyone.
This one actually upset me.
The only reason that anti-fatness, or whatever the fuck she said, affects me is that you guys are talking about it. That's the only reason it affects me. Because I don't mind people being, generally anti-fatness. I'm not opposed to that at all, actually. I'm against people being mean or discriminating towards fat people, but like the general idea that like, you're probably really unhealthy and you're going to die early if you don't lose about 30 pounds. You know that, right? Like your legs are going to like fully necrosis off of your body, and you're probably going to get diabetes, like that's not fun. So
I've talked before on here about how before I lost my dad, he actually became
I will
disabled.
in a second.
If you know who Bruce Willis is, my dad got the same kind of dementia that he is currently suffering from. It's called FTD. It was excruciating to witness and to experience. It's not something that my dad could diet and exercise his way out of. And that is true for most people's experience with disability. She didn't even answer this guy's question. What she did was trivialize what it means to be or become disabled by saying, we're all either disabled or pre-disabled, as if that is some kind of reason why we should all be hired for whatever jobs we want. It doesn't even make sense. But sadly, the person who left that question actually got manipulated by this and ended up apologizing on her video. I apologize that my comment or thought process was biased or hurtful. I 100% promise that wasn't my intention at all. Sorry. I'm sorry that he's sorry. It's not like he actually made a mistake here. This is a reasonable question, and he was just gaslit into thinking it was bigoted or hateful. And this is what so many of these activists are actually counting on. If they just throw out the right amount of buzzwords in the right order, they never actually have to explain anything.
There is no reliable way to reduce your body size. There has never been one study in the history of the world to show a diet that works long term.
There are practical and ethical reasons why obesity research is limited, and
wouldn't like just simple calorie counting count as dieting? Like, do these people think that like if they just like if they were to commit and eat less while still like all else equal, they just ate less, they don't think that they would slowly, probably very slowly, lose weight? Or do they think that like the laws of thermodynamics just like literally don't apply to them? Like
and maybe even some malicious reasons. There is way more money in problems whose solutions persist and require lifelong adherence to medication.
Of course you can lose weight and, you know, you can go and starve yourself or have a lifestyle change and lose weight, but in a year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, are you going to still be at that lower weight? Studies show no.
You could starve yourself or change your lifestyle. Basically the same thing, right? Again, EDs only matter when fat acceptance activists want to use them for their own benefit. When they are not using EDs as shields from criticism or dissent, they consistently trivialize them. Quick detour over to Anti-Diet Pilot's page, who says how it feels listening to people who lost weight in ED recovery talk about how difficult it's been to get used to their new body.
Never actually said this to anyone, but I have body.
Oh my god, shut the f up, Alice.
With a caption that says, if you didn't have to acknowledge or unlearn fat phobia in order to recover, I don't care.
So dieting doesn't work to make your body smaller, it makes it bigger. Of course, I'm not a doctor, but, you know, I'm just looking.
Yeah, I guess the laws of thermodynamics, like you intake a certain amount of, you know, a certain amount of food that has, you know, different amounts of sugars and proteins and carbohydrates that your body breaks down. But I guess like once those foods are broken down, your body, it just like it breaks down and then it just it explodes into the ether. Like if you were to consume less material into your body that can be converted into energy, and then you also exert more energy, right? Generate heat, right? By moving yourself, the excess, it's just there forever. Calories in, calories out was recently disproven by a massive meta-analysis by Dr. Well, when you say calories in, calories out, you know what? Hey, Econo Boy, that was actually good. I can't even be mad. That was actually pretty good. I can't even be mad. You know what? That was pretty good. That's pretty good. You're still getting a 5-minute timeout, however, just on the principle of it. So, sorry about that because I don't want to, but like, you know, we'll knock it down to 1 minute. It's just the principle of it, okay? It's just the principle of it. This bitch found some infinite energy glitch base.
Science and what I would do personally myself.
You gotta love that she is willing to establish a causal link between dieting and weight gain while simultaneously dismissing that weight loss is even a possibility. She definitely sounds just like Aubrey. Oh, we have no idea how people become obese, but we definitely know that telling people to lose weight makes them fatter. Science rules. All right, someone told Marissa that they had a widowmaker heart attack at age 56 when they were morbidly obese. So they are actively encouraging her not to end up like them. And this is her very rational response.
Hello there. So I did not ask for your free advice. I don't want your free advice. For the entire duration of my time on the internet, I have never, not once, wanted anyone's opinion or health advice because it's unwanted, because I do not want it. Do you understand that? Do you comprehend that?
I don't want your unwanted.
I'm sorry. Something about like her specifically being like smug and like dismissive like that is ultra fucking triggering. I don't know what it is. That is my bias. All right. Like, I don't like it when someone who is like stupid is also smug about it. This is probably somewhat connected to that. But like someone being obviously wrong and then smug about it is just like one of my biggest fucking triggers, dog. Send them to the heart attack grill. Yeah, at least then we could get actual entertainment value out of them. Sorry, that's really bad. Did you watch Taiwan go to Heart Attack Grill? Hold on, we got a bunch of links to go through. All right, let's finish this one first.
Health Advice Because It's Unwanted, a poem by Marissa Matthews.
Link it to me in DMs.
This is a really good example of circular reasoning and also a good example of how little thought goes into what these activists say.
Do you have enough literacy skills to understand what the f I'm saying? And also, I don't give a f about you. I don't care about your stats. I don't give a shit. Because guess what? Your body does not affect me, and I don't give a f about your body.
Even when she's telling people off, I can't help but love Marissa's Canadian accent when she's not yelling. That aside, I think it's wild how Marissa will spend so much time online complaining about herself or her life, and then someone shares with her that they almost lost their life to a heart attack, and she's like, I do not care. Fine, you don't have to, but if she really wants people to understand her or care about her, she should put some of that out into the world.
Just like you shouldn't give a f about my body. So again, for the millionth time, stop giving me unwanted health advice, stop giving me unsolicited health advice, stop telling me about your own f***ing body because I didn't ask, I don't want to hear it. This is a no diet culture zone. And this is diet culture talk.
Also, like, again, when people do like the thing where they're like, this is a no diet culture zone. We think that diets are cringe, and also you're a bad person if you ever diet. I feel like it's a fetish, dude. I'm not gonna lie. I think that this is like either adjacent to or part of a feeder fetish. Like you're fetishizing the fat part of yourself. What is that shirt material made out of? Shit is doing work. It's made out of fucking Kevlar, dog. Made of fucking Kevlar. I doubt the people who are giving her health advice actually cared about her health. The problem with fat activists is, they do legitimately have to deal with retards. But like, here's the thing. Everybody has to deal with retards. I have to deal with retards. I mean, fucking Panda Man is in my chat every single fucking day. Like, we all have to deal with retards, but I'm not going to do something that's detrimental to my health or like glorify something that's detrimental to my health at the, because there are people that are retarded. Sorry, that was really rude of me, Panda. I shouldn't have said that. Sorry. It's the weed. Okay. Like you have to give me a little bit of a pass here. I recognize that was rude. I should have said that, but you know what I mean? Everybody has to deal with retards, but the rest of us aren't. Like, it would be like if every single time someone was like, no, you know what it would be like? It would be like I'm a heroin addict, and then like someone says like, "Hey, by the way, did you know that like heroin is really bad for you? Like I used to be an addict myself, and like I overdosed and I almost died, and I like worry about people that are, openly addicted to these opiates." I'm like, did I ask for your opinion on health advice? There's literally nothing wrong with what I'm doing. I have studies that can back up the fact that used in moderation, heroin is totally fine. Am I addicted? Maybe, but like, I want to be addicted. Suck my cock. Like, hi Waffles, you're back. Okay. You have to stay right here, okay? You have to stay right here in my lap and not walk all over me. Is that okay? Okay, thank you.
And you are not allowed in my community.
That ending cracked me up. We can't be part of the cool kids club if we encourage others to try and avoid things like heart attacks.
You are not allowed in my community.
And calling this diet culture is so wild. It is depressingly stupid. Marissa spends so much time advocating for absolute BS online, and then someone is directly advocating for her to not have heart issues, and she's like, F you and your heart attack. I don't know. I really don't get it. I try to see the best in people, and I know that there is a lot of pain in Marissa, but I go back and forth with her. And
that pain is mostly relegated to like her knees, her ankles, sometimes her esophagus because of the heartburn, probably some back pain as well. Like probably a lot of pain in that lady. You're right.
My head. Okay, the Virgie Tovar video before we part. So we have most likely all seen this video. She's like, I'm not gonna cut you a smaller piece of cake. It's anti-feminist and all that weird stuff.
Is super sexist. CRFIs have a history of creating a hierarchy among women and ultimately in maintaining misogynist expectations.
Is this background model fierce fat femme? Is this her?
Stop using the word obese or obesity, especially if you're talking about a fat person, because we are not a disease. We are not scientific experiments, we are people.
It really looks like her to me, and it's something I've never noticed before, so I was definitely amused when I noticed it this time. But somebody let me know, because I could not confirm it anywhere. We are going to end this one here for today. Thank you so much for making it all the way to the end. If you are still here, let me know your thoughts on all the...
Okay. We're going to stop being massive raging cunts for at least one video, all right? We're going to try and not say something that we know is mean. We know it's mean, and we know it's unacceptable to say. We're saying it because we're high, and we don't like fat people.
Have a beginning?
6 minutes and 23 seconds. You know what? I'll indulge you. Hey, everyone, we're going to indulge Panda Man because he's been mostly well-behaved today. All right? We're going to indulge him, and we're going to watch this video on the universe. All right? Strap in. Don't go anywhere. All right? And then we'll find some more fun, crazy, kooky content here in a couple of seconds, okay? Let me just do this and that. And this, and this.
Or has it existed from eternity past? If it did have a beginning, this raises a question. Did the universe have a creator? In part 1, we explored this question scientifically. Now let's look at it philosophically. Aristotle...
Oh god, are we gonna do the... is it Aquinas? Aquinas. Aquinas was the philosopher that did the... There were like 3 arguments: teleological, cosmological, and I forget the third one. Maybe there were 4 and I'm forgetting 2 of them. But like, just like philosophical arguments for like why God must exist. And I think like within 100 or 200 years, there were other philosophers that came out like, actually, that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. I am also a philosopher, and I'm about to completely cuck your entire legacy, loser.
Believe the universe was eternal in the past.
Like, the obvious instant response to this argument would be that, like, even the current, like, scientific, theories about the universe, nobody thinks that there's an infinite number of events going to the past. We have an idea of the furthest back that we could possibly conceive of, which would be like the Big Bang event, right?
At the front desk. No problem, says the manager. Then she moves each person into a room with a number twice that of his own room. So the person who was in room number 1 moves into room number 2. The person who was things cannot exist in the real world. Here is a second argument Ghazali offers against a past eternal universe. Suppose that for every 1 orbit Saturn completes around the Sun, Jupiter completes 2. The longer they orbit, the further Saturn falls behind. Now, what if these 2 planets have always been orbiting the Sun from eternity past? Which has completed the most orbits? Strangely enough, the number of their orbits is exactly the same, infinity. But that seems absurd, for the longer they orbit...
Ever need to or care to calculate to. But like, maybe I'm just wrong about the concept of infinity. It's weird if aliens millions of light years away telescope us, they will still see dinosaurs. Yeah, and then they get over here and they're going to get absolutely bum-fucked by our massive nukes, our hydrogen bombs, with their, faster than...
Atheist Daniel Dennett says, the universe caused itself. But this is incoherent, because in order to cause itself to come into existence, the universe would have to exist before it existed. The cause of the universe must therefore be outside of the universe. spaceless, timeless, immaterial, and enormously powerful. Much like
the problem with people who think God exists is that they think they could possibly understand it or its thought processes. If God did exist, it would be like a Lovecraftian horror, and a guy who's interested in your porn history. Like literally any, it could be any. Like if there is a God, it could be the fact that it is any amount of variations of what a God that we have conceived of here on earth is, and more or less, or whatever the case may be. Like there's just like literally no way to know, which is why I don't put much stock into it, right? The thing that I find so strange about religion in like human like existence is the fact that if there is this thing, like, I guess like early on it made way more sense because we didn't know about the universe, but like as it is now, where we can take literal physical photographs of what's happening out in, you know, the deep like recesses of space, a lot of things about religion just kind of don't make sense. Like, why are we like so special when we can see that there's such an unbelievable expanse of the universe, right? Like, why did God go through all the trouble to make all the rest of all that bullshit out there that has literally no life, nothing, you know, based on like what the religious claims would be. Like, he spent all the time crafting all that shit out there. Why? Because he was bored?
God.
All right, cool. Were we watching something before? Oh no, we were placating Panda Man. Okay, you say Nick Rakita in his prime. Well, let's see. Also, again, I'm going to put out a call to people. If there is someone that's put out a nice, quick rundown of the Rakita law drama, whatever the fuck is going on there, please link it to me. I'm very curious, but like, I'm not about to do all of that research for myself. Okay, I'm simply not, because while I'm interested, I ain't that interested. All right, I'm interested enough to watch something on stream about it. I don't understand how someone who doesn't believe in God would explain the origin of the material universe if it's not a being which preceded it like God. Well, the thing is, I have just as much knowledge or reason to have like an opinion on what caused the Big Bang as I do for like the existence of a God. I can't possibly know if that is 100% true. Actually, there's a lot more evidence for the Big Bang than there is for God. But like in terms of like what caused the Big Bang, I don't fucking know. But like I have just as much agnosticism as to what caused the Big Bang as I do for the existence of a God. It's, again, it's not that I don't necessarily believe in a God. It's just that I don't know if there is a God or if there isn't a God. If there is a God, I would assume that, like, in the grand scheme of things, we're probably not, you know, particularly important or special to that God, right? I have no reason to believe that like religions that we crafted here on Earth, you know, thousands of years ago before anyone even knew about the existence of different planets, she would be pissed. True. Like we didn't even know about other planets, so we thought that like we must be special because this is the only planet. Something must have put us here. And I mean, like, yeah, for back then it made a lot more sense to be religious because there were no possible explanations or like further understandings of the universe around us. Now, if you, again, like, I'm not like a crazy anti-theist. I don't think that like if you're religious that's necessarily a bad thing, right? Again, if you want to believe something, or if you do believe something and you have faith in something, that's totally fine. Again, my only problem with religion is when they try to, when someone wants to either perceive themselves as better than someone else as a result of being part of a certain religion, or the other person being part of a religion they don't like, or if they try to through some like means through government restrict the rights of others, or give themselves privileged status, or take away the rights of other people, or, you know, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, using religious doctrine as their reasoning. I think that's some of the most disgusting fucking things that a person can do. Even entertain these delusions. If there's a deity out there, it certainly isn't the Abrahamic God. I mean, probably not. Yeah. Or if there is a God out there, that it has been like intervening in human activities because he is this like omniscient, omnipresent, omnipotent being, right? He's probably got side projects too, you know? Like maybe it is the Abrahamic God, but maybe there's like a, you know, glorp Jesus alien on planet X that's rocketing towards us and going to impact with us at, you know, year 2050. Like, who fucking knows? We don't know. We just don't know. The idea that anyone could say with any conviction whatsoever that there is or there isn't a God is crazy to me, right? Now, you can describe yourself as an atheist and it's like, well, I have no evidence for the existence of a God, so I'm going to live my life based off of the stuff that I can prove. Sure, that's one thing, but that's not necessarily having the position that you, like, have the position that there is no God. I think the only, like, position that you could rationally make is that, like, we don't know if there is a God or if there isn't a God. If we hope, like, I would hope that if there is a God, that he would be like a benevolent kind of guy and he likes people that are nice, right? So like, if you need an excuse to be a good human being, then like use that. Like in the off chance there is a God, and he's one of the nice gods, then maybe he'll let me like kick it with him in, you know, space Jesus heaven. Right? You probably shouldn't need that motivator just to like be a decent goddamn fucking human being. But if you do need that, right, the threat of eternal damnation in order to treat other human beings with respect, you know, I'll take it. I'm saying before the Big Bang, yeah, I understand. I understand 100% because I also have that same thought process. But there also could be like 1,000,001 things that we just like could not possibly access the knowledge to right now because we are silly humans who have only been like a species for the past, what, like 2 million years or some shit like that, and only had civilization, like the ability to like grow our own food for the past 10,000 years. Like, we, all things considered, we haven't had a lot of time to learn what's going on in the universe. There might be evidence one day that there is a God. There might be evidence one day like that 1,000,000% without a shadow of a doubt disproves the existence of a God. But we're not there yet. All we have is science, engineering, and philosophy to actually get results in this life. I mean, insofar as like what we can prove, yeah. 1 second, what is this?
You will eat only at designated meal times. Beverages you may take from the refrigerator as you like. However, in this house you will drink only agnostic beverages. Dr. Pepper and Diet Dr. Pepper. Because what flavor is it? It is neither root beer nor cola. Nobody is sure what flavor it is, and nobody can be sure. Isn't that right, Melissa?
I don't know.
Good!
All right, that was actually good. Do people think that Dr. Pepper tastes like root beer? You guys are crazy.
Black people are great. My best friend is a black dude who's one of the best businessmen and salesmen I know. You think that I'm the bad guy because other people trumped you up and told you were so great and you're so fucking smart? And I told you the entire time, don't do this, don't say this, don't answer this. Get better lawyers. Get people who don't pander to you. Get people who will be honest with you. Pay people who will teach you how to mitigate risk. You didn't want to listen. You don't want to fucking listen because I'm just a white bread ass nigga, right? I'm just a dumb motherfucking nigga who's never heard of the streets. I don't know shit about the streets, right? Because I I didn't grow up on the streets, dude. I don't know where you grew up, but where I grew up was the number
Who the fuck is he
one
talking
crime
to?
neighborhood in Houston, Texas in the 80s. People got
Wait, hold on. He
shot
said Houston, Texas. That's where I'm
fucking
located.
day.
Hold on. Well, you talking shit about Houston, Texas, motherfucker?
I don't know where you grew up, but where I grew up was the number one crime neighborhood in Houston, Texas in the 80s. People
Sunnyside?
got shot every fucking day. 3 murders a day came from my neighborhood every day where I grew up. And I was the only white kid there. The only one. You're talking to me about this shit because you're black and because I'm white? You're the most racist motherfucker on the planet. Everyone I knew growing up was black. Everyone. Everyone I hung out with. Everyone I was friends with. When I moved to Minnesota, it's 95% white.
I almost said something that would have, you guys would have stopped watching me forever. I almost said some shit that got me fucking giga canceled, guys. Holy shit. I felt my spirit leaving my body because I almost said it. Jesus fuck.
All my friends were black or Mexican. You want to come at me on racism? You fucking loser. You fucking racist piece of shit. You want to do this? You want to play this card? You Marvel copying piece of shit. Oh, they're racist. Oh, they don't like a black man's success.
Damn, this motherfucker he must be lit. We're 10 minutes into this conversation. He's just talking. He's just ranting. He's ranting about Eric July. Also, I know young Rippa 59. I tried to debate that guy a long time ago, before he was on the Blaze TV. Sounds like redneck, bro. I forgot about redneck. Is he still alive? Or has the PTSD taken him? Who's redneck? Bro. I actually almost don't even want to like steer you guys to these debates. Because this was the times that I talked to him was during my lefty era. Damn, we put a lot of videos out. Okay, let's see here. He's just this guy that like at a certain point, like sometimes you like someone, but then they just like keep on like getting worse and worse over time. And you kind of, you kind of at a certain point just like fuck with them. You like find a reason to fuck with them every single time. Maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm a bad person. But Redneck was a person who like I was relatively chill with. We would get into like heated political arguments, but like we could joke around and shit, right? But he was fucking crazy with some of the shit that he said, right? Yeah, this debate. Oh shit, you guys can't see it. This debate right here, relaxing. I don't listen. If you guys do end up watching some of my older videos, all right, I totally understand. They're still up. I'm not going to take them down, right? I'm not going to hide my shame. But I also want to tell you guys, I do not necessarily co-sign anything that I say in any video released before like last year. Okay? Where's your old debates with me? Way up there. There was this conversation with Redneck, and then at some point, this crazy fuck, my girlfriend on Twitter, he was like constantly tweeting out about me, and it showed up on her feed, and she follows no political shit on Twitter, but because he was tagging me so much, it ended up on her feed, and she just told him to like get a life or something. So he took her picture that she posted on Twitter like a month earlier, and then he made an NFT out of it. Yes, actually, he made an NFT out of my girlfriend. Where is that debate? That one was funny. That one, let's see here. That's the MF Endless saga. This could not have been after. No. It had to have been before this, right? I feel like I was playing that RTS. And this one I am going to click on, otherwise I wouldn't be spending this much time on it. Conservative makes NFT out of my girlfriend to own the libs. I want to see how this happened. I'm so curious.
You guys want to know? Right here.
I should download this.
Or 2 days ago, on the 28th. He's basically saying I violated my oath that easy. I'm willing to violate my oath, calling them fucking liars and politicized hacks. I've never said one word about these fucking 4 officers until that day. I waited to hear their.
We're just reminiscing. Okay, we're just reminiscing for a second. Damn, can we get like a? You still can't really see him up there. He's bald. He has a chicken farm. Claims to be disabled. And is his wife's secretary for her work, right? Her business, right? And I would never have made fun of that, but because he was a massive piece of shit to me and to my girlfriend on Twitter for literally no reason. Is he mentally stable? You know what? I honestly don't know. I think that he's just cringe, to be honest. I honestly don't think that he's, because if he was like mentally handicapped, or if he is like not mentally stable, there have been people like that, and I don't like lay into them, right? Because I'm not a bad person. But when someone's just like kind of like a weird fucking schizo freak, I'll fight with him. Yeah, Age of Empires 2.
Their testimony. I wanted to hear their side of the story because they are federal employees. They're paid the same way I'm paid. Yeah, I'm still paid by the government. I've tried to explain to you guys I'm a disabled veteran. I'm a little unique though. I don't have an expiration date. My ID doesn't expire. My ID does not expire, people. When it has the words civilian, it says
crybully. Redneck.com? No fucking shot. What's cracking, fam? Comedian, NFT connoisseur, husband, father, the OG, patriot, streamer, veteran, Texan, serial an entrepreneur. Is there literally anything on this website? Oh, okay. You gotta listen, you gotta have some credentials to get into this. Oh wait, hold on. I just wanted to get to the part where like he reveals the fucking thing.
I am government property till the day I fucking die. Prove they lied. Says I put one idiot. They claim an officer died because of the riot. We all know medical evidence has come. They want to. They're going to show Wikipedia now. He's going to show Wikipedia after how many fucking times has he said Wikipedia is not a source? Anytime we produce it, which we assume it's one of the easiest we'll be able to get away with because he's still doing it. So what did I do? Back with some kind of vengeance against conservative people. He thinks he's.
Okay, it's got to be around here somewhere.
Fun followers, check this out. There's a marketplace for him. I've created NFTs for these fuckheads.
NFTs.
Every one of my trolls. I actually trusted him for a little bit there. Actually,
talking about, dude, are you okay?
Yeah, he's came back with some kind of vengeance against conservative people. He thinks he's fucking fighting.
Look how white you were. Listen, that was because I had a shit ass fucking webcam. Okay.
Okay, so I don't want to skip ahead too fast.
Never heard of such a thing.
There's enough viewers now that I can share with you, conservative and fun followers. Check this out. There's a marketplace for them. I've created NFTs for these fuckheads.
NFTs.
Every one of my trolls. Hopefully you don't delete and ban me before I get yours up. Come on, help me raise money.
NFT.
Help me raise money for those affected by our argument that were, you said that my argument was so toxic. I'm offering to sell every one of these NFTs and a majority of the money. I will stream it live and I will donate that money off to a charity that we both select.
Will, give me a second. Let's see like the moment that I realize that he made an NFT of my girlfriend. Okay. And then we'll briefly look for the debates that we had. I don't know. I'm pretty sure we put them up.
I don't understand.
How about we help mental health, Dylan? How about you and your fucking followers who claim that you aren't affiliate supporters? Just like I'm not a fucking traitor supporter.
Jesus Christ.
How about you fucking...
Oh, we called him a traitor because of he was supporting January 6th, didn't we? When was this released? August 9th of 2021. Yeah.
Put your money where your mouth is. How about you grab that follower base that you used to bully me and say that I'm the one creating all this drama? Why don't you use those fucking people to come over here and buy one of their own NFTs? I've created NFTs for every one of them.
What?
Yeah, people.
Is he okay?
Every one of them are right here. And these NFTs are going to change as we go further. I'm going to go ahead and add all of the beautiful things they've said. I don't know where your shit is, Sondsol. I didn't see it.
Oh.
I mean, there's your girlfriend's.
Yeah, he made a
Girlfriend's got
fucking
one.
NFT of my girlfriend?
Here's hers, if that helps you.
No. The NFT collection got reported to Ethereum, and so he lost all of the money that he spent to make the NFTs. It got reported by... Actually, I don't know if I should say. I don't know if that's public knowledge. I know who reported it. But yeah, it got terminated because he was using people's likeness without their consent.
Don't die on the January 6th wasn't that bad hill. I don't believe January 6th was a problem. I believe
Wait, Sond has a GF unsubbing. True. Bro, I cannot. I was like so fucking gobsmacked when he's like, I got one of your girlfriend too. Excuse me? What did you just say to me, you motherfucker? You did what now? Saved a picture of her onto his computer to make it to an NFT. Super fucking weird. Oh wait, I'm scrolling way too far down. Oh wait, maybe I'm not. How long ago was the first time we talked? God, this one will never get old. Okay. I probably did delete one of the VODs that we talked in because you said some pretty crazy fucking things. That doesn't surprise me whatsoever. So he's not dead. He hasn't killed himself yet. When you look back and realize you were right, you knew deep inside that they were lying. You knew that you're not crazy or making things up. You found evidence, proof, and receipts, but will you get justice? Is there a lawyer willing to help? Are there others willing to join? Wait. The U.S. Army injected me with something in December of 1990, deploying me to Operation Desert Shield and Storm. Within 12 hours, I woke up in the base hospital. They said you had a stress-induced heart episode. You're immediately shunned and rejected by leadership as faking it. Making things up, it's all in your head, blah, blah, blah. 30 years later... You're still suffering from random heart episodes, head issues, and the VA Minneapolis decides to deny you medical care, primary and specialized, because they want to politicize you. They know that you've been sharing with the world that you at the age of 19 was given a vaccination that's known to cause disabilities that I have. He's bringing Fauci into this, dude. Jesus. I want to divorce my government. Move. Go away. Vaccinated. I mean, like, at the end of the day, I don't doubt that. There were a lot of people going into Desert Storm that got, like, they had some vaccine that fucked a bunch of people up, right? It was, like, one that wasn't, like, adequately tested. But because it was, you know, because they're soldiers and they're U.S. government property, essentially, they were just like, this will do. Maybe memory. Well, you look. If we had a debate, it's probably on there, right? And if you can like look into the live, but that might be really hard to scroll down. What is this guy up to nowadays, dude? All I do is talk shit and have panic attacks. God, this guy is so hard. This guy is honestly, like, the fact that he made an NFT did not scare me whatsoever, because I don't think that, like, you know, this allegedly disabled, you know, 50 to 60-year-old man would ever be able to, like, hurt me, right? But when he made the NFT of my girlfriend, I was like, oh, wait, hold on. This guy is, like, actually insane. Like, this guy is, like, going Joker mode, like, actually. This is a little fucking scary. This is a little scary. Someone needs to tell him to chill the fuck out. With my mental vibrations, there's a lot going on. So many of you are still talking about red, blue, white, black, this, that. I mean, like, back then I had no pity on him, but, like, at this point, like, I do feel a little bit of pity for him, because he, like, it seems like he's just like a sad sack, just kind of existing, you know? I took 19 vaccinations in the first week of BCT, part of it. He needs help. I mean, like, here's my thing. There are, like, a ton of people. Now, early on when I was starting to stream, there were a lot of people that were on the right that I tried to be, like, friends with. Like, he was one of them. We had a lot of stuff that, like, in our background that were in common, right? We're both, like, he was from Houston. I live in Houston. He moved to Wisconsin. I was very likely going to move to Wisconsin when we first met. So, like, there were, like, those things. We had similar, like, interests in media, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But then this guy is just, like, very smug and also very stupid. And again, like I've said like 3 times this stream, just because it keeps coming up, there is nothing in the world that triggers me as much as someone who is smug and hasn't earned it, right? If you're correct about something, you can be smug about it. It might make you an asshole, but, like, you've earned being smug because you're right. But if you're going to argue with me and you're wrong and you're smug about it, oh man, I get super fucking triggered. And then he would get super defensive and double down and start saying, like, really fucked up shit, right? In order to, you know, get under my skin. Like, saying, I'm pretty sure that there was one time where he tried to, like, get me to leave a panel by just saying a bunch of racial slurs, you know? And, you know, the relationship deteriorated going on through that. But, like, I mean, like, I mean, even if you look at that NFT video, like, I was pretty fucked up that he was, you know, saving pictures of my girlfriend to his computer. But, like, I was also, like, messaging him or typing into his chat and saying, like, hey, I'll end my stream, right? I'll end my stream. You can mute your stream or you can keep streaming. I don't really care. Like, I'm not trying to make a spectacle out of this, but, like, something with you right now seems like extra fucked up. Like, I feel like you're having a manic episode, right? And I don't understand what the fuck is going on. Why would you try to monetize images of my girlfriend when you do not know her? When you have, like, had one Twitter interaction with her where she told you to get a life because you were obsessing over me. Like, but he, of course, lost his fucking mind at the idea that I was trying to make content out of him, even though I was literally muted on my stream, like, typing shit out. But, you know, he needs to go to the VA and get some therapy. Well, allegedly, he has, like, disability and VA benefits because he had a bad reaction to a vaccine going into Desert Storm. However, you know, the VA is fucked up and there are issues with the VA, but, like, at the same time, my guy, I have a hard time believing that you do have some debilitating fucking, you know, heart condition as that was given to you by the US military, and you are also completely unable to access VA benefits. Like, you're fucking up somewhere along the process, you know? Anyways, let me see here. Let's go back to what we were watching. All right, let's No more reminiscing, all right? The good times have passed, all right? Now we're in hell. And we've got to stay there, all right? Have I earned being somewhat smug due to my interests? No. You have not earned any smugness. Like, your interests do not allow you to be smug, right? Like, I know a lot of really pretentious people who are into really pretentious things, and they are smug about it. But that's not something that gives you license to be smug, right? It's like those people that were like, man, I only listen to music from the 60s and 50s because after that, music just went downhill. I don't listen to anything that came out after the 90s. I don't listen to any rock that came out after the 90s because it's just dog shit. It's just like, okay. You have something that you like. Just like that thing. It doesn't mean that you're better than anybody else, you know? Anyways, let's keep watching. An interest in physics, does it earn you a seat at the table at NASA? True. I mean, like when I was in high school, I had an interest in physics, but I sucked at math. I was never going to NASA. Again, it's not how much you can reference. It's about being like, if I'm arguing with you and you're like wrong and then you're smug about it, that's what the trigger is. Okay?
Yes. I don't want white people to succeed ever. I hate white people. They're gross. They're stupid. I think black people are hilarious. They're the funniest people I've ever met in my life. You want to come at me on this? I brought you on my show because you begged me to. When I wasn't gonna, you came onto a smaller platform like a weird little retard begging in the chat. Oh, please invite me on. I invited you on. I gave you the option to drive the conversation. You got.
I'm sorry, really quick. Just for the people that are in the know, is he addressing Dick Masterson here? Like, is he talking to Dick Masterson, or did they just kick someone off of the show and he's like addressing them after the, after they kicked him off? Like, because Dick Masterson's just like chilling, kicked back, arms crossed, leaned away from the mic.
To choose what we talked about. And when we talked about it, all you did was fuck up. And every time I asked you to not fuck up, you chose instead to fuck up harder. And then you woke up this morning and you said, he wasn't fair to me. He wasn't fair to me. It's because he's a white bread ass. He doesn't know these streets.
Yeah, Dick Masterson doing a Hassan reaction content. True.
Know these streets. It's embarrassing, brother. It's fucking embarrassing for you because your videos today, every video you made today is you whining about me.
You need to take notes about how to do an angry rant right. Listen, I can do an angry rant right, but like the problem is usually what I'm ranting at is either a topic or reacting to a video. Like when I'm like, if I need to do an angry rant at someone, they would have to actually make me angry, right? Not just frustrated, but like angry. And I've done that before. I've done that to Redneck, ironically enough, that we were just talking about him. But like it's in terms of like in the middle of a debate or like by words that you can say to me, it is kind of hard to get under my skin. It's very easy to frustrate me, but like to get me like actually mad, it takes a lot. Panda is one of the few people that has done that on a regular basis, which is surprising because it is really, really hard to get me angry.
Because what you said, not because of what I did.
That is true, Axolotl. I do soy rant a lot. I need to chill the fuck out.
I didn't do shit to you. I gave you every option, every leeway, every fucking outroad on the planet to say whatever you wanted. You could call me whatever. You could call Dick whatever. You could call everybody on earth. Every white person ever oppressed you. You got your business because white people. In fact, white people oppress you, but you got your business anyway. In Texas, you fucking weird dude.
I'm sorry, Front Yard Shield. Intellect does not warrant smugness.
Black people succeed every day on the planet. You're out here acting like you're special. Black people succeed everywhere. You're the most anti-black racist motherfucker ever because people are like, you're mad at black man's success. Black people succeed everywhere. Everywhere. Where have you been on earth that black people don't succeed? Jesus Christ. You think white people are keeping you down? No, it's you.
You know what? This was like the most, you know, conservative version of a soy anti-racist rant I've ever seen. Not only is he a conservative that is ranting about like not being racist to black people, but he also dropped the N-word just unprompted, basically. Like, it is the most conservative. It's the most conservative version of a soy, you know, pro anti-racism, or I guess just anti-racism rant I've ever seen. Yeah, fucking Nick Ricada out here.
It's just you. It's just fucking you. It's not about race. It's about your own insecurities. Black people succeed in every state, in every city, in every nation. And I love when they do. You know why? Because all I want to do is go to a black business and bring David Blaine and make him shove a needle through his hand and have all the black people run away so I can steal it, so I can get my reparations for black people stealing, so I can be the white guy who loots a black store for once in my fucking life. Rather than you stealing all of the Afrin from a Walgreens, I'm stealing all the goddamn, shit, ethnic hair products from a black guy. I want to steal everything from your store.
Cherry curl.
I'll bring David Blaine to do every fucking second of it.
You know what? I have to give this motherfucker props, okay? I have to give this motherfucker props. Not in 10 trillion fucking years would I have ever thought to go down that line of logic. Like, I want to bring David Blaine to a black-owned business so that they all run away so I can finally be the one white guy that loots a black-owned store. Holy fucking shit. I cannot.
Oh, I want to hurt you.
Take a look. No, don't hurt me.
I don't want to hurt you.
Did you see it?
No.
Did you feel it? All right, ready?
The documentary itself about comedy.
No, just doing some magic.
That nigga crazy as hell.
Hey, do you guys want to see some magic?
Yes, of course.
Yeah?
Yeah, West Coast everything. He's doing the magic trick, so we're gonna watch the magic trick. West Coast everything.
You focus. Let's see what happens. Draw in your inner chi.
I mean, I know that that's like a trope. Like, I don't know if it's like an actually racist trope or not. So like, forgive me if I'm showing my implicit bias here. All right. But I know that there is a trope that black people like run away from magic tricks or like shit like that. Or like there's like the whole meme of like black people, like they hear someone, or they hear footsteps in their house, right? But they know that they're the only one in their house. So they're like, well, you know, I'm not going to go investigate. That's a white person thing. Can we watch this Sean video after? I don't know, bro. Greetings and salutations. I'm actually like kind of incredibly high. So I don't know if that's going to happen. You know, I told myself like 3 streams ago that I'm never going to get high on stream again. But the past 3 streams, towards the end, or at least like towards the time where it's late, yeah, I do get high. I don't know what's wrong with me at all. Well, now I need to censor the N-word added to my list of slurs on Sondsol stream. Wait, what did I just... There's no way I said the N-word. Are you hear a song in your head high? What the fuck does that mean? Addict? No, again, like, I've said this, and I don't know if you were in chat for it, but like one of the medications that I'm taking after the surgery actually gives me unbelievably crazy insomnia. I've never experienced literally anything like it in my entire life. So I've had to get high every single night so that I can fall asleep. Are you so high you hear a song playing in your head? I don't think that that's a high thing. I usually get songs stuck in my head when I'm sober. It was in the video. Oh, thank fucking God. I was like, dude, did I like misspeak or some shit? I cannot imagine that I would. It's like so outside of my vocabulary.
I think black people are hilarious. They're my best friends. White people have never been my friends in my life. But you're going to, I already know you and your fucking little posse of race baiting SJW Marvel cocksucking pieces of shit are going to come out and be like, this racist motherfucker. You're the most racist people on the goddamn planet. I'll do blackface every fucking day because racism is fake. It's fake, brother. Except when you hate white people who don't even bully you, but let you bully yourself. Fuck you. Fuck your gay campaign. I hope ISOM makes $1 million. I really do. 10 million. I don't know what it's made. 2.3 million. I hope ISOM number 3 makes $10 million. I really do. But not because of you, not because you're black, not because you're a successful black businessman. I hope ISOM makes $10 million because I want the parallel economy to succeed. And the saddest fucking shit on the planet is that you're the captain of the parallel economy Titanic. And when you hit the iceberg, I will not cry.
Jesus Christ.
I'll just hope that everyone else succeeds. I want your campaign to succeed because I want everyone else to fail. I want Marvel to fail, DC to fail because they hate their customers. But brother, your fans and you hate your customers. Particularly, they hate your white customers. They hate your white customers more than Marvel does. And that is gross. That is disgusting. You're wrong on right.
It is so hard to like get a read on this fella. Like on one hand, he's very, very, telling people not to be racist. On the other hand, boy, is he saying some stuff that that might be a little bit racist. That might just be a little, just in my personal opinion, granted, but it might be like, might be a little bit racist there. I can't really tell. Have you warmed up to actual Justice Warrior recently? No, I haven't warmed up to his content. He's a decent fellow. Again, I've met Sean twice in real life. He's a very decent person, in person. I have nothing against the guy himself, right? But his content is just super not for me, and also just not something I'm interested in covering ever. Because I'm not Vosh, and I don't soy the fuck out over every single fucking conservative YouTuber.
Riley, you're wrong on your charity shit. You're wrong on your fucking retarded lawyers' opinions who have not, for some reason, despite you claiming retardedly that your business is private. Well, you mean in the legal sense? Yeah, because that's the only sense where privacy matters. There's no other sense where privacy matters but the legal sense, you fucking retard. If you do not post that people cannot come in and you do not make a gate where they cannot come in, then you know what? They can. Everybody ever can come in. They can all jerk off in your parking lot because you don't fucking own it. An LLC in Plano, Texas owns it. You don't. You're leasing the space. You don't even own the parking lot. Riley came into the parking lot. He didn't come into your building. You can't even trespass him from the parking lot. You know why? Well, everybody, all the business owners agreed. First of all, you're lying. Second of all, if you weren't lying, it doesn't matter because none of them can trespass Riley from the parking lot because the owner of the parking lot is not you. You may have the 3 spaces in front of your door as a nice agreement on reserve parking, but the public parking lot of the public government.
I actually have zero context for why this rant is happening, but it is, I can't stop listening. I can't stop listening. I'm actually just like entranced by the stream of consciousness. Yeah, it's interesting. I can't pull myself away.
The public business park is not yours. It's the LLC holder, and I know it's not in your lease agreement.
This is how you do
and
rhetoric
if you want to
right
prove
here,
me wrong,
guys.
put it online. Just post your lease agreement. Just post it. Post your lease agreement and prove me wrong. Show me that you have full access and full control over all of that lease agreement and not the 10,000 square feet of retail space or warehouse space or whatever that you're paying $10,500 a month for. Just post it. No one stops you. No one cares. I read 70-page lease agreements for my fucking breakfast, brother. He doesn't practice. You don't know what I do. You don't know anything about me at all. You go off of what I say. What I say is, I love doing YouTube. I don't like doing lawyer work. You think I haven't done lawyer work? You think I don't do it? You think I wouldn't take it today if it was profitable? Of course I would. It's just not profitable. Your fucking lawyers practice jerking off and stealing your money. I'm out here giving you good advice. They're giving you bad advice. I'm doing it for free. What do they charge you? $400 an hour? Oh yeah, you don't need to put up no trespassing signs. It's fine. But you got 2 gates in the front. You 2 gates in the front? Oh really? Why don't you read the statute, you dumb get? The gate in the back, no gate in the back means no privacy. That's what it means. If your lawyers are telling you otherwise, they're retarded and they're taking your money. Oh, all you have to do, by the way, is put up a fucking sign. Private property, no access unless authorized. That's it. And you know what? You could draw it on the road. Big giant stripes. It's laid out in the statute, you dumb motherfucker. It's in the statute what size the stripes need to be. But you're too goddamn obtuse. You're too goddamn hood. And I'm too white bread to tell you. Are all your lawyers black? Are your lawyers black, Eric? Because if your lawyers are white, let me humbly suggest to you that they're racist and the funniest thing on earth.
Eric is making cringe libertarian Christian comics right now and has a warehouse. One of his trolls, Riley, came to the parking lot with a lot of his warehouse, and Eric shit his pants and called the cops on him or something to trespass him off the property. And did he get like a trespassing charge or something? God. You know, people like in myself included, I'm also included in this group of people. We talk a lot about like the online lefty drama that happens, all of the backstabbing and all of that shit. And lefties like to perpetuate this idea that the right is super unified, right? Like they'll fall into line behind whoever is the strongest. But like the only way that you can think that is if you've never watched any of the plethora of right-wing fallings out. If you've never like heard of Kino Casino when they were in their prime going over the Nick Fuentes leaks where they were breaking stories about Nick Fuentes going on cum safaris with a black light in his roommate's bedroom to see if he'd been to make sure that he hadn't been masturbating. If you don't think that there's like right-wing infighting, you're fucking crazy. And it's actually always way fucking funnier and way more fucking brutal than anything that leftists have ever dreamed of doing to each other. All right? It's insane. Now he threatened him afterwards with a video telling him that he could have him shot him, blah, blah, blah. Trying to be a tough guy. Eric is fragile and insecure as fuck. Yeah, I figured that out when I tried to debate what was it? What's his YouTube name? Young Ripa or some shit like that. Yeah, when he was much, much smaller, but he said something to me, because I typed in his chat and I DM'd him and he's like, yeah, I'm going to read that right now. All right. And then he like never responded and there was no way to ever get his attention again. DeSantis people and Trumpers fighting over who is more anti-vax is hilarious. Is that happening? Sorry, I don't know about like the real world like divisions between the different like factions, because I thought that the DeSantis people and the Trump people were pretty in lockstep. The rant reminds me of trans inclusive radical misogyny. Trans-inclusive radical misogyny. Yeah. Those are always like really fucking funny memes. My one of my best friends that I've known for a long time recently started transitioning, and that trans-inclusive radical misogyny is an often used joke. Like, damn, it is true. You women are fucking bad at math, you know, shit like that.
Earth is that they think you're too retarded to understand their advice is bad. Those white lawyers that you're paying are so happy that a black guy is paying them. They're going to tell all their other black clients about it.
You think
you don't
so?
pay me. I gave you good advice and you shunned it because you're fucking stupid. Every goddamn time this happens, I have nothing to gain from you being on my side. I have nothing to gain from Dick being on my side. All I have in both of this is to lose. The greatest thing I can do is not talk at all. And I tried for months. One person kept bringing me up, and that was you. You didn't need to. You were behind the scenes. By the way, I've known for months, Eric. When I said the mask was slipping, it's because I already knew that I was on your detractor list like a get DSP flailing in the wind. You got a detractor list, you beta bitch. Oh, these people don't like me enough.
Yo, you know what we should watch here in a couple of seconds? We should watch the Demon Mama Keffel's manifesto. Because I listened to part of that last night after I ended stream, and I was, you know, just like walking around making sure all the locks were done and all that shit. I'm sitting there listening to her, and she revealed some like extra shit about the Keffel stuff that I have no idea why the fuck she ever kept quiet about. It's like actually some of the like most unhinged shit you've ever heard in your fucking life. D-Mama takes forever to get to the point. Well, yeah, that's why we have the increase speed, the playback speed button. All right, pop that motherfucker on 1.75, and suddenly, Demon Mama talks at a normal speaking pace.
I hope Geeks and Gamers and Friday Night Tights will cover for you. And by the way, if they blacklist me forever, good. I don't fucking care.
Bro, he does not.
The crazy
care.
thing, Eric, is I know who else you blacklisted. I know who else didn't defend you hard enough. You think going against me is shitty? I'm not even in the goddamn community. I'm a lawyer who has talked to Comicsgate people. The shit you've said about other people, I hope it never comes out, brother. And I hope Geeks and Gamers and Friday Night Tights will vouch for you forever.
Jesus.
I will tell all of them to take your side over me. I love all those guys, and I will tell them, take Eric's side. Don't take mine. I'm a piece of shit. I'm a blowhard mercenary piece of shit you should never listen to. Take Eric's side. Take it. Jeremy, Nerdrotic, everybody, take Eric's side. Don't take mine. Please, forever, in public, don't take my side. It's better for you to take the side of Weasley, weak, racist SJWs who will buy your books, buy everything you got. You know what I don't have? A comic book. I want to make one. I'm years out. I'm going to make a real book before a comic book. And the best thing is that Black
Drunk Nick is so entertaining. Yeah, this guy needs to drink more often. Things said moments before disaster.
SJWs can't read. So I'm going to make a real book and they won't buy it because they don't know. I'm selling it to women. You know why I'm selling it to women? Because women have tits and vaginas and I love them. I don't like men at all. Black men don't buy anything unless black women tell them to. White men don't buy anything unless black or white women tell them to. I'm going to sell directly to women. It's going to be the greatest true crime product on the fucking planet. And it's hilarious to me. I'm not going to sell you a comic book for years. I want to. I've talked to people about making it. That's way down the road. You know why? Because it's hard. The other thing's easy. But I don't need your audience. I don't care about your audience. I don't care about a bunch of fat fucking black retards running around going, you don't like black people.
Jesus.
Yeah, okay, cool. I don't need that in my life. Calling me racist, whatever. Good. I'm racist. Good. I'm a bigot. Take it. Take it. I don't want your business. I don't want your audience. And they can all fucking leave me right now if they like you more than me. Because Eric, I don't know if you know this, and Eric's audience and my audience who likes Eric, I don't know if you guys have understood this. I've been doing this for 6 years, and I'm not opposed at all to saying something that makes people leave my channel.
Well, it's on YouTube, so I'm not going to get
adios
blown up for it.
Via con Dios. I don't give a shit. Go away. You know why? There's another audience around the fucking corner. I can't wait for the clips of this tomorrow.
I didn't know all this.
You didn't know all this?
No.
Dude, the fact that this is true, and this is funny because he knows it and only a few other people do. But Eric has a detractor list like DSP. The guy who jerked off on camera and didn't know it. Yeah, Eric has a detractor list of people who did not defend him hard enough.
Didn't DSP also like finance a BMW or some like crazy, stupid, unbelievably expensive car? And then it was a lease, and he had like access to free oil changes for, you know, for fucking free because it was a lease and they don't want that car to get destroyed because, you know, they want to sell it after the lease is up. So he signed like a 10-year lease on this fucking BMW with a monthly payment like $580, and for 5 years did not change the oil on that thing. It's a buyer's market for cars, yeah. Like, that was him, right? I feel like it was like way worse than that. I can't remember exactly what it was, but he did like some like unbelievably fucking crazy shit to that car where he was paying way too fucking much. Like he was paying rent, right? Like housing rent money on this car that he wouldn't even end up owning. And like the unnecessary insurances, tire insurances, like every single fucking extra package from the dealership because he's just a gullible little fucking, you know, child. So that's why his like, you know, his car note was like $1,000, like I think it was closer to like the like crazy like $1,000 per month. And then he just like never changed the oil on it ever. And it ruined the car. This is on YouTube. You didn't have to scrape this from BitChute. I'm glad YouTube allows free speech, but I didn't know it did. Bro, it's not TOS for me to say the N-word. I just won't say it. Right? Like, I would get banned off of Twitch if I said the N-word, but on YouTube, I can say it. It's not going to get me banned. YouTube has pretty broad freedom of speech. It's just you can't mislead people with like, you know, fake COVID facts. That will get you banned.
And listen, guys, I'm going to tell you this now. I didn't tell you it back then. It wasn't relevant, but it is today because I gave Eric the time of day. I gave him everything he wanted. He woke up this morning and he realized that he looked like a fucking idiot.
Yeah.
And he started spurging about it. Eric has had a detractor list since long before I went to Nashville. And I know about it. I know other people who are on it. And trust me, if you're in Comicsgate, you're a comics fan, you're a comics creator. And listen, my friends, Dick, do you know this? My friends all hate you.
Sure. Yeah.
Like Yellow Flash and Tug and all those guys. They told you, right?
Yeah.
Like they told you they hate you.
I assume everybody hates me.
All of them have a ranking on the list somewhere. Most of them are in very good standing because they've stuck up for Eric. Of course they would. They're his friends. I got it. But their friends haven't all stood up for Eric hard enough. And guess what, guys? I love you all. I really do. Flash, Tug, Nina, all of you. I no ill will towards me. You guys are great. But one of our mutual friends, who is very cool and always neutral and wonderful and insightful and fantastic, is on the list of detractors. Not because he dissed Eric, but because Eric, I don't require loyalty. That's corny. Because Eric literally told him he wasn't loyal enough. He also told that person, I wasn't loyal enough. And even after that, I said, you know what? I'm gonna give Eric the benefit of the doubt. Months.
Okay, I don't know enough about these extra side characters that he's bringing up. We'll watch the Demon Mama Keffel's video here in a couple of seconds. But again, I must go to the bathroom because the medication is telling me I need to. I probably don't, but that's what the medication's telling me right now. Probably also going to grab some water. All right. Let's see here. Oh yeah, that's right. We're going to do the Demon Mama thing.
Possible.
Yeah, and I also didn't even get to the end of the segment, but oh no, never mind. She does show another screen cap later on. Let me just find a good point to start.
That I was given discomfort with the server, spoken to me directly about here because yeah. The first incident I feel that it is necessary to discuss.
Perfect. I'll link a thing from a year ago where Demon Mama defends Keffels. Yeah, I mean she addresses all of that here. Just like basically she goes through all of the Twitter thread that talks about the the misappropriation of funds, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Then she gives like a brief take about like how much this hurts the trans community. And then now we're getting into what she knew in the background. I've already listened to this, but I was kind of passively listening, and I have a major problem with an aspect of it, but it might have been the fact that I was passively listening, and upon a second go around, I'll be able to not levy that criticism. I think I've seen this on Malcolm's stream. Well, let me know. I'm kind of like a Malcolm orbiter at this point. Malcolm covers something, and I also must cover it, right? Xena and Poppy, Demon Mama, just gotta make sure that I'm keeping the viewership consistent, right?
Is the topic of doxing. Now, I have heard accusations around on social media of Keffals taking very strange steps against other creators in the space, but I had not received much hard evidence. That, of course, has changed as part of the reason why I wanted to make sure that I prepped for this video, because I think that where it ended up was
Why do you hate Malcolm so much, Gas? Like, again, I know that me and Malcolm have debated about stuff. I know that me and Malcolm have fought about stuff, and we like hardcore disagree about some political stuff. But like, again, it's easy for me to not judge someone based off of like political disagreements or factual disagreements. It's really easy for me to maintain a positive relationship with that person as long as they're like fucking normal. The problem with this space is there are so few normal fucking people that I just don't. Yeah, I don't have that many people that I can be chill with. How long have you been interested in online politics? Online politics since probably either very late 2018 or early 2019. That's when I first heard about like the online politics sphere. Am I normal? Based off of everything that you've said in chat? No.
freakish, strange, and wrong. First of all, and this has been discussed and talked about elsewhere, but there was a server that has recently been talked about that contained a number of people as members of Keffals' community that functioned as basically a dirt digging community. This was at least for a while, a secret server that Keffals ran with a number of her members of her team, some of which have spoken to me directly about it, two of which have spoken to me directly about it, in fact, one of which is still talking about it publicly, another of which has completely decided to disappear off the internet after fleeing Keffals' team. Now, this server was credit to the now unknown team member that did this, but this server was destroyed by an act of sabotage by a member of Keffals' own team. And so very few receipts or messages from this server exist.
Just so y'all know, I'm pretty sure everyone in the entirety of, or at least I heard about this a couple of months ago, what she's about to talk about. I don't know how common of knowledge it was, but there were multiple OwO research discords and mass flagging discords that had Keffals in it. And Demon Mama doesn't talk about it, but there is, or at least was, a Discord with Keffals and Demon Mama, and I think maybe Xena and Poppy, but I don't take my word on that one. But I do know Keffals, Demon Mama, and a bunch of other lefty creators and like their mod teams or super trusted people would coordinate either attacks on people or they would get OwO research on the other people. So she's going to go off on something here that admittedly is bad behavior from Keffals, right? It's obviously bad, but Demon Mama is not above this whatsoever. Demon Mama is always way too diplomatic. All that LARPing as a demon and no blood. True. People with edgy names are always either 14 or people who think they're hard as fuck, but they're actually soft. True.
So that server, I have no screenshots to show you because it was destroyed. However, I can tell you, and again, this is me putting my reputation on the line here, that I have spoken to multiple members of Keffel's team, myself, and verified that yes, this server did indeed exist. Yes, there was internal, within Keffel's team, there was internal discomfort with the server, and that yes, the server was engaged in collecting dirt, images, receipts, whatever you want to call them, on a number of other figures, including figures that Keffel's anticipated potential disagreements with. Some of these were people that she had at one point called friends. Some of them were people that she was on neutral terms with. I do not know the full extent of whose information was gathered there. It is possible that I had information on there. Thankfully, to my knowledge, I did not, but it is possible. I don't know the full extent. All I know is that this server did exist and that it was being used to collect receipts. What I do, however, have a receipt for is this right here, okay? And this is a receipt that I have censored, that I was given directly by a former member of Keffel's team, okay? And I want to talk about this because this is pretty serious. Here is the message. This happened in November of 2023. Here is Keffel's saying, "Oh, you up? I have something more, yikes." And a former member of Keffel's team by the name of Cherry says, "What do you have?" Keffel says, "As an immigrant myself, I know we all get assigned visa numbers, and with that, here is the docs of a fellow YouTuber. That was beefing with Keffel's at that time." Now, obviously...
Can you... Wait, I think they'll... hold on, I'm not responding. What was I about to fucking say? What did she just say? Fuck off. I'm not reading that because we're talking about something else, and I'm high, and also I realize it's 12:30 in the fucking morning, or at night, and I probably need to go to bed very soon because of work in the morning. I knew you were always a Demon Mama fan, always and forever. Am I crazy? But didn't Rosewrist get blacklisted by White Force for helping the Keffel's manifesto? Yeah, he proofread for spelling and grammatical errors on the Keffel's manifesto. And guess what? Literally every single fucking thing that Destiny said in the Keffel's manifesto is what everyone right now is sewing the fuck out about. This information has been out there for a very long time, but Keffel's was telling everyone, yeah, don't watch this. It's literally just propaganda, and it's just like Kiwi Farms information. Demon Mama was one of the people that told people not to read the Destiny Manifesto. Vosh outed Rosewrist as a Fed, true. But like, Rosewrist lost his White Force site over spell checking something that all of these people would eventually come to agree with. And the person who is in charge of the like website domains, White Nervosa, was, I believe, complicit in covering up the Keffel stuff. Like White Nervosa knew about it. Now, I'm making an allegation based off of hearsay, so don't take my word for it, but Destiny is leagues above most political commentary. I can't fucking speak. Commentators, as always, not to be a dick ride or anything. Yeah, I'm trying not to dick ride Destiny for at least another like 6 months, because last night was a Destiny dick suck night because we were watching the aftermath of the debate panel about debate panels, and everyone else on that fucking panel was embarrassing.
All get assigned visa numbers, and with that, here is the docs of a fellow YouTuber. That was beefing with Keffel's at that time. Now, obviously, I have censored this, but I have seen the original version of this message, and I found it very upsetting and concerning. But it gets worse. Let's continue.
It gets worse.
No way. How did you find that out? The same way I know that Second Thought is blank, and I have his home address. I'm insane. And then Cherry says, "Does Kiwi Farms have this info?" And Keffel says, "No, I did it myself. I never published this info."
Also, why does Demon Mama censor Bad Empanada? Like, it doesn't even reference that it was Bad Empanada that Keffel's got into the fight with, but then is totally fine with naming. Like, if you're trying to hide the fact that this person got doxxed so people don't look it up, why are you going to only say one person's name? Why wouldn't you censor both of their names?
It's just like a game for me. Now, we don't know just how many people she got docs on. What I do know is from testimony of members of her team that she was using her own personal money to sometimes hire people in order to attain these docs just to keep on file for her own purposes. I find that pretty untrustworthy. Now, I have no love for the YouTubers who were affected by this, but I think that doxing them and keeping their personal information.
Oh God, yeah, Ben Empanada is a fucking psycho. I remember there was this one time where, I guess he was desperate for content, and so he was like sending his chatters around to every single possible person that was streaming in either just chatting or in the politics section. I don't remember what I was at that time, to try and get them to come and debate him. And I would never be opposed to debating Bad Empanada necessarily, except for the fact that I had like a perception that he was a little bit of a psycho. But I was like, what does he want to debate me on? And they're like, just go debate him. Cuck, 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 cuck. So I go to his stream and he's fucking watching me. And I'm sitting there like, wait, did we interact on Twitter or something? Do we have a reason for us to debate? Is there a topic that we're supposed to debate on? And he just kept on calling me a soy boy because I wasn't debating him. But I had no idea what we were supposed to debate about. I've never interacted with him like up to that point. He would have gotten his ass beat a long time ago if he wasn't hiding in Argentina. Did he like, maybe I shouldn't talk about that because I don't know if it was ever proven. And that's like a pretty like huge allegation. Why are you going after Steven using spicy words? I think that I think it's counterproductive to everything that he wants to do. And it's just simply, and I understand like the gratifying feeling of getting a rise out of people that hate you, but I think it's a bad idea for Destiny to do that. He would scream slurs and play copyrighted music to get people's streams banned. Yeah, that was one reason why I was like wary to talk to him in the first place. But I didn't I just didn't know why he was fucking like yelling at me to debate him. I was like sitting there like, hey, what's the topic supposed to be? I don't understand.
Down to information about their immigration status is a fairly suspect thing to do, especially if you're someone who has also been targeted by doxers. And I will say that it made me feel very unsafe. And I still do to a certain degree. Now, I'm fairly confident in what I do with my stream. I'm fairly confident in myself, and I'm lucky enough to live in a fairly safe area. But I know that it is possible that Keffals has docs on more people. We know for a fact that Keffals likely has docs on her own former employees. And that's a very upsetting thing to think about, given that she has openly admitted to members of her team, which has now been made public, that she's collecting docs on people. When we combine that with the knowledge that she had an active server, a secret active server, in which she was collecting as much dirt on other people in these spaces as she could, in anticipation of conflicts with them, together, this paints a very, very bad picture. A picture of lots of dishonesty and of a lot of willingness to go to ends that I think all of us would agree is way too far. Way too far. And I've also been given something else. In addition to Keffals being willing to run a server digging dirt on people, in addition to Keffals being willing to attain the docs of people who she was beefing with, some of whom, no doubt, are abusive people. In addition to gloating about that, I've also been let in on a situation directly from someone on her team who was willing to tell me this story. Now, some of you will recall that at one point, Keffals had a falling out with a number of other online left figures, some of which were...
Something I think someone should do, I'm not going to do it because I'm impatient. Something I think is that someone should do is do a supercut of every single time Demon Mama says Keffals, instead of using like a pronoun or using, you know, some other article to refer to Keffals. She'll just instead say Keffals like 15 times in a sentence. It's actually fucking crazy. And it's like listening to a Donald Trump speech, dude. Why don't you have a counter in the corner? Because then I would have to manually press a button in order to... Can you wear a Viking helmet too while covering this? Listen, if I had a Viking helmet, I might take you on that, you know?
Instigated. You know, there was some people who were like, I don't like this Keffels person. There was some of...
At this point, I wonder if Keffels did the SWAT on herself. No, to be clear, like, what happened to Keffels was bad, right? Like, very obviously bad. And it really did happen. But also, at the same time, like, the problem with Keffels is that she... the problem with Keffels is that she just like weaponized that in the most like disgusting possible way. Oh God, I gotta fucking focus for a second so I don't fucking die. There we go. Fuck. Kill that guy.
It was really stupid. Like, I've talked about that fucking noodle bullshit. That shit was really dumb. Very cringe, in my opinion. And some of it was less like that. One of the things, one of the people, I should say, I was going to say one of the things that happened, or one of the people that Keffels conflicted with, is a fairly large bread tuber, video essayist, by the name of Jack Saint. Many of you will be familiar with Jack Saint. Keffels and Jack Saint had a fairly public conflict that started a pattern of Keffels leaking people's DMs. In fact, she got a fairly bad reputation, even among people who were, sort of on her side generally for being a DM leaker. But this really, really, really went over the line for me. And I think you'll understand why when I read it. When I was an editor for Keffels, she told me she secretly recorded a call with Jack Saint and that she wanted me to deceptively edit the call to make it sound like he was being abusive towards her. This isn't an isolated incident at all. Obviously, a ton has come out illustrating her pattern of knowingly smearing people, and this is just one of many situations where she would float the idea of lying so maliciously like that. This is also why many people who have been close to her are now afraid of her. This was told to me, and I've received permission to talk about this publicly and to share this message publicly, but this was at one point was spoken to me in confidence, because the person who leaked this message was very afraid of retaliation. They had not been comfortable with this request. They had...
Which one is Jack Saint? Let me look him up real quick. Which one is he? Is he the annoying British one? Yeah, he's the annoying British one. Gotcha.
Voiced their discomfort with this request and had been continually asked to participate in this process. Now, eventually, thankfully, this did not end up happening. But the plan was there. Now, the reason it didn't happen is because other drama surfaced and actually distracted. But I want you to think about what that says about someone. This is... And also, part of the reason why I want to talk about this is because I think it reflects on everything else, every other claim that we know about Keffels. It seriously damages her ability to be trusted on any claims about this or anything else. If she was willing to ask her own team to engage in not just deceptive editing, but explicitly deceptive editing of a secretly recorded call of another public figure that was designed to frame him as an abuser for her own benefit, that is a deep and disgusting level of dishonesty. And it kind of makes you wonder, right? Through all of this stuff coming out, through all of the discussion, Keffels hasn't said anything. Keffels hasn't followed up and cleared up any of these claims. She's just gone quiet. And it makes me wonder what the next step is really going to be. And I think it's a real possibility that that instead of any type of accountability or any type of apology to a community, that there's more of things like this in the future. Do you blame anyone in her life for being afraid? Do you blame any of her team members who obviously know that she had their docs from being employees? Do you blame anyone for feeling scared of that? Do you blame any of her colleagues who were less well endowed monetarily, people with smaller platforms, from being unwilling to speak out? Because I can't. As time went on in my personal relationship with Keffels.
Here's my thing. And this is the critique that I was thinking of. Like, if you've known about this specifically for months, right? And everybody in the background, and I'm pretty sure like it was basically public knowledge at this point that like everybody is aware that Keffels is probably misappropriating the GoFundMe money. It's probably extremely likely that she's not going to pursue. She's either incapable or incapable because of money, incapable because of like the legal statutes, whatever the fact is, to bring that lawsuit forward. Like that shit's already public. Like, or at least like somewhat public information without like direct evidence. Like, why not just like tell people to not support Keffals? Why not like warn people that like Keffals is not an actor to be trusted? Well, I play Hades too. And listen, I'm poor. Okay, I've got way more important things to be saving up for money. Or saving my money up for. All right. Your boy had surgery. Your boy's moving cross country, which is why, hey guys, if you guys want to support the stream, hit the like button, hit that subscribe button. But like, actually, if you guys want to help me out in financial sense, we've already had one person join the membership. If we start getting people actually joining the membership on YouTube, then we'll start rolling out some benefits for you guys. You guys have to incentivize us to further incentivize you guys. And there's also a link that you can directly donate to me if you guys want to help me out that way. That's on Kick and on YouTube. Again, your boy just had surgery. Your boy is going to have massive medical bills, and I have to move cross country to Washington, D.C. And we signed a lease for that today. We actually just got our lease approved earlier today. So it is official. So if you guys want to throw any Skrilla my way, show me how much you love me. Show me how much, how pretty you think I am. Give me some money. I am your sugar baby, and you are my chat.
I became more and more concerned about other things that she was doing that started to make me lose trust. Now on the GoFundMe thing, I did not have hard evidence of where she went until fairly recently.
Yeah, imagine Keffal starts another 100K GoFundMe. I have been canceled, and I desperately need your help to keep me financially stable going forward.
Recently, all things considered. I had tidbits here and there, but it took me a long time to be able to put together a case that I was comfortable talking to you all about. And I think you guys can understand why I felt it was necessary to talk about you all with this. And also why I feel it's so stressful. And also why it's so frustrating that there's so many things. There are so many claims that have been levied against Keffals that do not have any evidence for them. Nothing. But it is so hard to filter through everything when you have someone who is willing to lie this much, who is willing to go this far, to deceive and to continue benefiting from other people, to put the wrench on other people. Now, no doubt, Keffals went up against some pretty
Have I seen this from her head mod? Don't get this wrong. Don't get this wrong. She didn't make a mistake. This wasn't an accident. She deliberately leaked conversations to the people she knew would maximize harm, timed the leaks to maximize harm, and has been misrepresenting other leaked texts purely out of spite from past drama. Is this... I'm sorry. Is this person trying to claim that Keffals intentionally like 40 chess moved everybody by faking the idea that she stole $100,000 from everybody? Is that what this is implying? I am high. Okay. So help me out here, because there's no way that they typed this out and then hit enter and then thought that was a good idea, or that would ever be convincing. That's fucking crazy. How's it going, Alley Cats?
Heinous people, okay? But a lot of the people we're talking about here, do you think Jack Saint deserved to have a plot to be privately recorded against his will, and to have a plot built against him to deceptively edit the call to plan his cancellation? Do you think anybody deserved that? Do you think the people who were getting dirt gathered on them, on her now destroyed, thank goodness to whoever did that, now destroyed server? What makes me so sad about this situation is that basically everyone else, except for Keffals, has lost out because of Keffals' actions. This hurts genuine fundraising efforts. It hurts anyone who, out of the goodness of their heart, gave. It hurts anybody who reasonably said, wow, some of the shit that you're going through is bad. It hurts everyone's ability to sort out anything about this situation. It is a disaster, an unmitigated disaster, and the bulk of the damage is being absorbed by people who aren't Keffals. God, we could even talk about the DIY HRT stuff. I don't have a whole lot to say about that, but let's just say that Keffals has not done favors for the DIY HRT people out there who are putting their necks out to save people. A lot, and I mean a lot, of negative attention has been driven directly towards them as a result of Keffals' actions. Severe damage has been done to HRT networks that are essential. Reputational damage, notwithstanding, not just reputational damage, I should say, but financial and physical damage. Her own team has suffered from all this. The people who defended her and didn't do anything wrong in defending her, the people who defended her publicly, the vast majority of them were defending her for very rational reasons. They couldn't have known any of this. I think that I've demonstrated through all this that I'm capable of being sympathetic and also critical. My sympathy dries up when we get to this level of deception, when we get to this level of greed, when we get to this level of an unwillingness to even so much as communicate with the people who were kind. And again, most of the people, the vast majority of people who gave to Keffals GoFundMe and her stream do not make as much money as Keffals did. They do not have the platform and the voice that Keffals did. And I think that's bad. I've seen people online basically trying to say that all of this is just, you know, throwaway, rehashed drama. But I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. And I'm someone who is willing to say, I was willing to say to people, if you don't have hard evidence about the GoFundMe, then get the fuck out of my face. Because I don't operate off of vibes. Okay, I don't like operating off of vibes. I don't know if you can tell.
That's so ironic.
And eventually, I got the hard evidence. I got the hard evidence from people who were not out there spending all day tweeting about.
Yeah. What? Oh, thank you, Alley Cat. Yeah. No. The DIY HRT stuff is like so fucking buck fucking wild. Like every single thing. Like my intuition the first time I heard about DIY HRT was like, I mean, I can understand like if you're like absolutely fucking desperate and like nobody will listen to you and you can't get medical care any other way, and you're like feeling suicidal ideation. Yeah, I mean like DIY HRT totally makes sense, right? And I mean like you probably shouldn't make it at home, right? That sounds pretty fucking dangerous. But like buying it off the internet, I mean, if you're like that desperate, you like it'll either kill you or you kill yourself. Might as well try the thing that might kill you. But then, and like I even had the Bob posting person on my stream, like give the nicest version of that idea to me. And I was like, okay, yeah, I mean, like that makes sense. But then like when I actually learned about what DIY HRT was, I was like, holy shit, this is a little worrisome. This is a little bit spooky for me. The idea that we would be injecting ourselves, I thought we were taking like popping pills, right? And then like every piece of information that's come out since I like had that first like oof reaction has been the most negative shit you've ever heard in your life. Shards of glass in the vials, fucking cat hairs in the vials, the packaging having the fucking Lolita fucking anime children like sexualized on the side, and it's like keep out of reach of parents on the side. Like everything about it was just like so fucking wrong, right? Fuck me, dude.
About Keffals. I got the evidence from people who actually put their nose to the grindstone and found out the truth. I got evidence from people within Keffals' own team who were willing to speak up about things that they felt were wrong. These were the people who were the closest, the most invested. A lot of whom were severely mistreated by Keffals, by the way, just on a personal level. As somebody who seriously values what the other people on my team and in my community do for me, I see the way that Keffals treated her team, the people who were working crazy hard to make her have a platform, to make her make an income. Those people got treated sometimes with just utter disdain. Travis T says, genuinely, Demon Mama, your policy of not operating on vibes has made you one of the only people I feel would be a reasonably trustworthy source to talk about the situation. Too many people go off on stuff like this half-cocked. Look, I want to give a lot of credit to...
the fucking circle jerking in the fucking chat there is unfucking believable. Jesus Christ.
Soroxvia, over on Twitter, at Soroxvia. Soroxvia did a lot of work to compile all of this in one place. And of course, I saw these things before it went public. I was asked to I was asked to do my own structure and not to just jump and dump things, and I don't. If people ask me to hold off and they want to protect their sources, I respect that. But I want to give a lot of credit to Staroxvia for being willing to compile all of this in one place so that we could use this as a jumping off point. There have been, I'm talking so many people over the last few years who've had things to say about Keffals, and most of what they've had to say has been useless. In fact,
all of what they've had to say matches up perfectly to the expose that happened, what, a week and a half ago? Everything, like, you guys are selling Keffals out now that there's, like, absolute proof that she is, like, there's documentary proof of her stealing the 100K. But it took you to that point to start disavowing when it was beyond anything that you could ignore. But all of the rest of that shit was totally out there in the open. I say in the open, it's like kind of like inductive reasoning taken to like the most, not taken to the extreme, but just like you can inductively reason like, okay, well, there is no law case going through, right? There's no like legal case going through. She's giving us mixed information on what the legal or what the legal case is even what's happening with it right now, right? We also found out that it's past the statute of limitations to bring a lawsuit about this. Like you lied about that. So like, why? We've all figured this part out, right? We've also figured out that if she's not spending that money on the legal case, then where is that money going? She is saying that she bought a whole bunch of stuff for her stream setup. She is traveling a whole hell of a lot, right? Like, it seems like that money is just hers. It seems like she's spending that money. I mean, healthy skepticism where it's due, right? Like you should be healthily skeptical just because someone's making an assertion and drawing connections with yarn on a fucking corkboard doesn't mean that they're necessarily right. But like, what about just like simply the behavior where like she openly tried to dox someone, right? And it was a failed dox. She ended up doxing some poor fucking person for literally no reason because a Kiwi farmer tricked her into thinking that was them. So she found the dox of the person that she thought she was talking to and then released that and then had to walk that back. Spent over $2,000 on a fucking gaming chair. Why is anyone acting like this is new information? Half of this shit was laid out in the fucking Destiny Manifesto. Because you guys are so, like, y'all have such selective skepticism on shit. It's like, it's just fucking disgusting. Like, the idea that people are, the idea that people in my life, like, or I say people in my life, people that I'm acquainted with or friends with online, and then people show me like a bunch of really, really weird sus shit about them. And like, I hear extra shit in the background that leads me like closer towards that position. Like, oh, this motherfucker is doing something extra fucking sketchy, right? Why would I ever co-sign literally anything? Why would I ever defend that person? Why would I not tell anybody like, hey, I would avoid this person? Like, the only reason you do it is because they're your friend. And I guess maybe I'm just not a loyal enough person to do that sort of thing, but holy shit, dude. If someone's doing something fucked up, call them out on it. Don't just like pretend like the problem doesn't exist because they're your friend.
There have been other videos out there.
Hopefully that rant made a quarter of a lick of sense, okay? Related? Keffals made an announcement on the Catboy Ranch Discord. Wait, when was this? May 25th, okay. Still pretending the Human Rights Tribunal case is something the GoFundMe money went to and being a perpetual victim. 1 second. I was made aware that people are stressing out the mods by asking questions about me, so I want to address something quickly. The legal case between me and the police is still ongoing, and I'm currently waiting for the tribunal to schedule a mediation. I'm currently trying to come to a mediated resolution with the police to address what happened to me in hopes that I can close this chapter of my life sooner instead of proceeding into a lengthy, stressful, years-long legal battle that will constantly make me relive what I was subjected to. I told everyone that this would be a process that could take years to see through until the end. I don't particularly like talking about it because it was an incredibly traumatizing period of my life. Okay. I'm sorry. Let's take Keffel's word for it right here. All right. Let's take her word for it right here. I would relive every single traumatic like experience of my entire life for a week straight rather than like have the reputational damage that Keffel's is receiving right now. Why the fuck? Like, yeah, that might be traumatizing. Don't you think like literally everyone, like, assuming she has some information that we don't, right? Assuming she has some information that we don't, that totally exonerates her. Why wouldn't she come out and fucking give that information? Take the trauma response, bitch. What the fuck? Easiest decision of my life. Smash that fucking trauma button. Okay. Where I was subjected to police violence as well as intense public ridicule for not being a perfect victim in how I reacted to trauma. I have absolutely no intention of making any sort of public response besides this post, and haven't given any updates on the case because there haven't been any since the last update. I think the public backlash to me seeking justice for what happened to me has been particularly cruel. Instead of focusing on the swatter who put this series of events in motion, you didn't ever expose who the swatter who put you in that position was. You wouldn't even reference what the name of the website was. I get to hear whisperings in the background still as a fucking 20 viewer Andy. All right. I still haven't been able to hear the name of whatever this website X is that was the actual perpetrator of the doxings and the swattings and the food deliveries and shit like that. She decided to tell us that it was Kiwi Farms. How are we going to hold them accountable for something that you admittedly multiple times have admitted that it was some other website and that you just chose Kiwi Farms to be the proxy for them? Sorry. Website X, is that another Elon project? Yes. Let's see here. Or the police who acted on obviously bad information. Some people have decided to position me as the antagonist when I was the victim of a hate crime. I'm still on hiatus to take care of my mental health and focus more on my personal life. But I wanted to ask you all to stop bothering mods who don't even know the intricacies of the situation. I've attached my most recent email correspondence with my lawyer for clarification on where things are. I'll see you all when I return to streaming next month. Ooh, next month. That's just a couple of days away. Just waiting on the HRTO to schedule a mediation. Not much to do until then. I'll write them to see what the ETA is, but they might not be able to tell us. Justin W. Annisman. Okay. Interesting.
That spend half the runtime of their video talking about things that have absolutely nothing to do with the serious things that Keffels did wrong and fixating on what I would consider to be laughable evidence.
Literally all of the evidence that Mutahar came out with in regards to like her like Twitter behavior, that's public information, baby. There was just a little bit of information that he ended up like having exclusive info on, but like I feel like a good 80 to 85% of the shit that he said in there was stuff that everybody knew about already.
So I want to provide credit where credit is due to Staroxvia for putting the most essential details in one place. Now, obviously, I went and verified these things. I have spent I can't even begin to tell you how much time I've spent thinking about this. Okay, thinking about this and putting together what I want to say. It has been a lot of time, and I also recognize that there is a very real chance that myself and other people face some kind of repercussion for even talking about this. Given everything that I've shown, I think you can conclude why most of us would come to that conclusion, that there is a chance that there will be some kind of vengeance. Or
yeah, I was overlooking the transphobic thumbnail. I thought that Keffals had already been drawn by this guy. Because I feel like I've seen that picture before, right? It wasn't transphobic then. Didn't Mudahar say, like, in his video that, like, she literally used a portrait by him in one of her videos?
Or what's the right word? Retaliation. It's very possible. I don't know if that will happen, but I feel this stuff needed to be said. I don't know. The idea that I don't think anybody should feel bad about. I've said this 100 times. I'm going to say it again. But I don't think anybody should ever feel bad about supporting someone who they believe to be in need. I think who deserves to feel bad is the person who lied. And with all of that said, I don't feel like I could have just walked away from this situation and felt okay with knowing that I donated and that I also said, hey, I donated to this. Other people consider donating to help somebody in need without telling everybody the truth. ENG says, I feel so shitty about this. I was going to bat for her even last week. For people who were willing to defend her out of reflex, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Again, part of the reason why I felt why.
I must, like, maybe I'm like a super abnormal person. All right, maybe I'm a freak. I guess I just don't have any. I don't have loyalty like that. To have like an instant gut jerk reaction to defend someone when evidence has been put out in front of me. Jesus. A real picture of Keffals is more transphobic than any artist's representation could ever be. Holy shit. That is the... listen, I don't co-sign that at all. That's like... I'm laughing because, listen, I don't need to explain why I'm laughing. I'm high, okay? Fuck you.
Both myself and Staroxvia and others, members of Keffals' own team, felt pressured to come out and talk about this. We felt a responsibility, a moral and reputational and social responsibility, all of these things. We felt these things because...
You felt responsibility to come out with them after Keffals has already been, like, fully cooked, though. You've had this information... at least in some amount and in some form, by your own admission, for a while. And you want brownie points because you're coming out with it, what, a week and a half, 2 weeks after the like public destruction of Keffals. Also, I was meaning to go into the desert. Oops. You get no brownie points. It's just more entertainment for everybody else.
Because we know that the average person out there would correctly conclude, a reasonable person would be like, hey, this shit, they've been told that, of course. If you believe what you've been told, and a lot of this stuff has not been public stuff. It's been deception that has been kept from the eyes of the public. So all of us felt the need, for everyone's purpose, for your own, for those of you out there who are saying, hey, I don't think it's reasonable the way that that Keffals was treated. And you would be right to conclude that. But then it's another step to say, well, you know, now that I know these things, maybe it's not my responsibility to feel the need to defend someone who has not been honest with me. That was a little bit clumsy, and I apologize. The wording there didn't make all that much sense. I'm trying to tie this off in a way that makes sense, but it's honestly, I feel very frustrated and disappointed. Prosy Rosie says, one question, why did she do this? I don't fucking know. Nobody can say that. I mean, $100,000 is definitely a reason to have done some things, but other ones don't make that much sense. I think some of it is ego. I think some of it is being in over your head. I think some of it is, you know, pure self-aggrandizement, the intoxication of fame. I think some of it is wanting to preserve something that you had going really good. You know, at the peak of her streaming career, she was making a lot of money from this. Now, she hasn't streamed very much. She's kind of disappeared from the public eye, which I don't really know exactly why that is.
You don't?
I won't lie. I did find it very weird that she said that she was going to be releasing information about her legal case, and then none of that ever happened, and all of a sudden she kind of disappears from the internet. To me, given everything else that we've seen, that comes off kind of like you're hoping people will forget about you. Enough people will forget about you. And I do find, I am worried that there is a significant portion of her community that is going to be willing to further enable this type of behavior.
Oh, you know,
I hope
there
not.
is.
I want to say that won't happen. I want to believe that it won't happen. I know that my community and her community have some level of overlap. There are a lot of good people. There's a lot of good people in Keffel's community, a lot of really kind and good-hearted people. And I hope that part of her community is able to win out, and that part will recognize not just that they were deceived.
God, it's like listening to, it's like, you know, my take from what, 2022 or 2020? Wait, it must have been 2022. Like, man, I really hope that, you know, someone in her audience is going to see like some of the information that's come out so that they can, you know, stop being led by a fucking cult leader that's bleeding them for money. So you were saying that Vosh is to Destiny as DM is to you? I don't know what that means. DM is to Vosh as Vosh is to Destiny. And I'm just out there, all right? Floating alone. Lonely. Out in the void. Adopting takes months, years after. Oh, did Vosh do that for Destiny? Or does he do that right now with Destiny?
But that other people were deceived and that they'll show grace, you know?
We're going to do this like for another 10, 15 minutes. And then I
good to see you.
Actually need to go to bed. I just looked at the
Some ordinary
time.
gamer says
Holy
the money
shit.
taken from actual trans causes and the community is the real issue. I 100% agree with that conclusion. I think that right there, what you've just said, is absolutely the core issue here. That a lot of the people, like I said before, that a lot of the people who donated here were people in need themselves. People who do not see a path to a safe existence. People who do not see a path to financial stability. But they hoped that maybe with what they had in their hand, that they could help somebody else who was in more danger than themselves, that they perceived was in more danger, and that maybe some good change would happen. There's a joke in the trans community. Some of you will have probably heard it, but the joke is that in the
Tell Tron to edit when Demon Mama says there's good people in Keffel's community to play this.
You also had people that were very fine people on both sides. You had people in that group, excuse me, I saw the same pictures as you did. You had people in that group that were there to protest the taking down of, to them, a very, very important statue and the renaming of a park from Robert E. Lee to another name.
Really quick, why do people like soy out and like pretend like Trump didn't say that? Okay.
trans community, there is one $20 bill, and it just keeps circling around between trans people as they need it. One trans person gives the other person $20, and then that trans person gives the $20 to the next trans person. The $20 goes around in a circle, and there's a joke about that. And you know, obviously, there's more than $20, but it's pretty rough out there for a lot of trans people. And a lot of those people, they took their $20 and they put it towards someone who told them they were going to be doing one thing and didn't do any of that. It makes me mad. It makes me extremely mad, and it hurts when I hear that it's like $100,000 was given and out of other people's money, and that was spent to upgrade, stream. The rest of us spend our own money if we want to do that. Some of us go into debt for it,
Do not go into debt to buy a
fund, sell a movement or a campaign.
Some of us go into debt to buy streaming equipment. If you do, you're retarded. You're not making a living wage any more than I am off of fucking streaming. Yeah, if you need a fucking conservatory, whatever. What do you call those things? The where you're in charge of someone else's entire fucking finances, their entire fucking life.
On the internet, it's yeah. There's one other thing I want to talk about.
Okay.
And this is very personal. I guess before we wrap up, this is very personal on this, but towards the end of my relationship with Keffals. By the way, just so that this is out there as a final conclusion on this, when I retweeted Staroxvia's thread, I was immediately blocked by Keffals. Since then, members of Keffals' current team have tried to reach out to me to correct the record. To which I received no response, by the way. This was as of a couple of days ago, someone claiming to be a member of Keffals' team who, from all that I can tell, appears to be a member of Keffals' team in Keffals' close circle, wanted to clarify things. This was a couple of days ago, and I asked, okay then, if you have hard evidence to the contrary, send it to me. I am not interested in getting lost in some kind of wiffle waffle bullshit. They never responded to me. In fact,
When they call me, so when they call me and find out I'm a Nazi, are you just gonna hang me out to dry? I mean, if like someone shows me a picture of you like Sieg Heiling in front of a fucking, you know, Third Reich fucking battle banner, then yeah, I probably would hang you out to dry if you were a fucking like actual Nazi. I'm not gonna sit there and defend you. I might still employ you though. You're doing good work, okay? But I wouldn't like sit there and defend you like by any means. I'd say, yeah, it looks like he's doing some Sieg Heils. Motherfucker can edit a video though.
In fact, they went on to advance a false allegation against a member of Keffals, a former member of Keffals' team, which was pretty heinous. And instead of responding to me, they just did that. And I asked this person, why hasn't Keffals reached out to me? And I think we know the answer. But now that I've been completely blocked, and I want you to understand, like again, you guys can go see the record of my
personal moment. Oh shit, what did I just say? I've completely lost like the past, 4 minutes of whatever the fuck has been going on. I'm just waiting for Demon Mama to say something interesting again. It's both late and I'm high. Okay, give me a break here.
Public relationship with Keffals, which my private relationship with Keffals is a lot longer. Okay, but my public relationship with Keffals was one always of camaraderie, of support, of a willingness to critique constructively. But towards the end of my relationship with Keffals, my friendship with Keffals, my colleagueship with Keffals, I really did feel that I was being used, that someone was trying to play me in their own game, and I think that was the case. And in fact, I have evidence of this.
Second piece of evidence. Let's go.
She, being Keffals, wanted me to coordinate a backstabbing because she wasn't confident taking her down without the backup and numbers we could get for her by supporting it. It was a game. She outright called it a game multiple times. This was in reference to Keffals wanting to take down another content creator. And this member of Keffals' team warned me that I would be approached, that I would be basically involved. And that wasn't the first time that had happened either. In fact, even previous to that, Keffals had attempted to sort of recruit me into takedowns of other people. And I didn't like that. I didn't like that I felt like that. And with all of this having come out, it really feels like that, doesn't it? It really does feel like all of it was just a lot of false pretenses. And that hurts on a personal level.
Oof.
You know? Everything else, I've tried to keep this very factual. But on a personal level, I found that disappointing and hurtful. And I think what I'm trying to say here is that I'm done. I'm done.
She's done now, guys.
Done with Keffals.
She's done, motherfucker.
Done with all of her shit. I'm done with her pivot into drama. I'm done with her weird game playing. I'm done with her implicit weird threats and dishonesty. And yeah. I think that's all there is to say on that particular topic.
But you have a second thing to show us some
Joseph
evidence
says,
with.
Demon Mom, I have to go. This video is unusually morbid. Have a good night. I'm sorry. I wish that I could. I tried to tell everyone this was going to be rough.
I didn't want to do this, but I had to.
Give everyone an advance warning. But there's just no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Like, I could have talked about this on Twitter.
Okay. Skip
Fortunately,
forward.
I do feel particularly green. So which I think is a fairly and I think that was a mistake. But I also recognize that criticizing a
hold on.
video,
maybe I missed it.
Really strong segment, and I think it distracted from it. Also, there was a lot of people rightly pointed out some issues with the thumbnail of the video, which I think is a fairly surface level critique. I don't know. I do think that using that thumbnail was a questionable decision, especially given that artist's history. The artist who made that thumbnail has done a lot of pictures of Keffals, and they're pretty bad. They also have a pretty prolific and publicly available history of posting, and let's just say that they're not too fond of trans people, the way that they've talked about them.
But the art style is very consistent across like literally every person that artist draws. So it's not like the images themselves were transphobic, because it's literally just like how the dude draws people in like a gross kind of like pimply pallid skin way. The guy, like, even, let's assume that she's telling the truth about him being transphobic on Twitter. That doesn't make the image itself transphobic.
I think that was a mistake, but I also recognize that criticizing a thumbnail alone that's a kind of a it's not a very deep criticism, and it can only go so far. A lot of people didn't watch the video because they saw the thumbnail, and that is also a weakness of that choice. It means that there are people who would have heard this message who didn't because of that, but also, again, that.
But you guys would have found any reason to tell people not to watch it, dude. That's the fucking problem. Like, you would have found literally any reason that you could possibly imagine to get people not to watch that. Or at least people like you, since you had all this information in the background that you decided not to share with anyone. I guess.
Thumbnail criticism can only go so far. I don't think it was a good choice to use that thumbnail, but my criticisms of the video were more that the heart of the issue, the GoFundMe stuff, got buried in other things that I don't think were as substantial. Even talking about other people in the video, there's a portion of the video that goes and talks about someone totally unrelated, and I don't know.
Totally
I just felt
unrelated.
like that took away from what was actually here. But
the Bob posting section was not totally like unconnected. Bob posting was actually pretty directly associated with Keffals in a way that the critiques of Keffals wouldn't have made much sense without bringing up this other person.
I will say, you know, I'm not here to be a giant hater. I do think the section that was about the GoFundMe was strong. The GoFundMe section was strongly constructed. That's my feedback for those who want to know my thoughts on the video as a whole. I hope that people can take my criticism in stride and won't be mad about what I had to say. I feel like I was pretty even-handed, but yeah. Did Mudahar have the same info that you had here? Some of it yes, some of it no. I do not believe that Mudahar had the same evidence. I don't believe that Mudahar had the evidence of the Jack Saint situation, and certainly not the evidence that was talking about me. And I don't know if Mudahar had the evidence that Staroxvia brought forward about. No, in fact, I don't think he did. I don't think that Muda had the evidence about the HRTO, the Human Rights Tribunal of Ontario, and the dates there. But otherwise, I think that Muda did a good job
he did talk about that,
outlining
right?
the issues and the leaks and also you know, yeah, that aspect. So I do think that there has been some. It's complicated. I think that there were aspects of the video that distracted from the main focus. I think a lot of people walked away from the video. I mean,
the only part, and let me be clear for you guys, the parts that she thinks are, you know, taken away from the main focus are the parts that like are also still bad things that Keffals was involved in, but also she, like, Demon Mama still supports, like the DIY HRT stuff. I don't want to like make any implications for some of the other things that Mudahar brought up. Catboy Ranch. I don't know if she considers that to be part of the things that were distracting, but like we're building out what this person's character is, right? And part of building out that person's character is look at the things that they engage in, like doxing, like, you know, fail doxing and then doxing some poor innocent random old fucking man. Or no, it was a child.
But again, there's a lot of people who walk into the video with their own biases. In the end, I do worry that the downstream effects of all of this are that it's going to have a negative effect on, it's going to serve as a talking point for the worst people on the internet to further justify themselves. But I can't really blame anybody except for Keffals for that. Keffals made the decisions that she made. If she had been honest in the first place, none of this would have happened. This video right now wouldn't have had to have happened. It could have just been solved. It could have just been honest, and those were her decisions in the end.
Oh, fuck. That scared the fucking shit out of me, dude. All right. For the end of the stream, plays epic meme.
Destiny has given us a definitive answer to the question, are you mad? Yes. Yes, he's very, very mad.
And he has changed it to Destiny, making Destiny the winner of the Hippy Dippy Championship this time around. Congratulations to Destiny.
Are you mad? 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 Are you mad?
Bro,
Are you mad?
that fucking smile holding back the tears, dude. Oh my fucking God, dude. Jesus fucking Christ. I remember the night that this happened, I was streaming and we were live reacting. Good old live react Twitch. Let everyone else make my content for me, right? And I said right then and there, like, oh, well, hey guys, that right there is the death of Twitch politics. I give it like another year max, and it's just going to be gone in whatever form it's in right now. And guess what? I was 1,000,000% fucking right. Within a fucking year, the Twitch politics community, like, basically completely imploded. I was on the pre-show for this. Oh yeah, the hot tub drama thing.
Are you mad? Are you mad? Are you mad? Are you mad?
You can just. I'm asking you. Don't just make Destiny the winner here. It's clearly not the right thing to do. It just isn't.
Okay. Can we just have another vote then, and eliminate it to only Demon Mama, Destiny, and have the 3 judges make a vote?
I'm perfectly fine with that. If you want to have a 3-way vote and it's fair and everybody's votes are going to be tallied between me and
We'll even
Destiny,
have every judge in here, and they'll have to do it directly.
absolutely, go for it. In fact, you can even bring Destiny in if you want to. You can add people to this call, add everybody to the call. I'm perfectly fine with that. And if that's the way you want to do it, that's fine.
No. We're gonna do the vote.
Do your vote.
Okay. Vadim, who do you vote for?
Her leg is bouncing. She's nervous.
Okay. Colorado, who do you vote for? They can't hear you. Okay. Danabo, who do you vote for?
Remember the speeches.
Okay. I was unclear on how the voting worked. I would have. I would have
Stop the
voted
count.
Destiny.
Stop the
Oh
count.
my fucking God!
Destiny. Destiny. All right.
We have it.
You sure you don't want another thing? We can have another match.
Nope. If that's the way the judges are going to vote.
That's unfair though, because the thing is that like
you just said you wanted a revote. So that
no.
Bro, she's so pissed because she put so much effort into this outfit, dude. She did her face up all fancy. For what? For what?
Come on.
I mean,
we're doing another match, or we not?
Kids in a job.
All right, sure. Well, I mean, all right.
John, he's going on John Zerka's show in a little bit, so he can't.
How
do
long?
it. But
More than 15 minutes for a final round? Come on.
He says he's doing it in 5.
In 5 minutes.
He's doing it in 5 minutes. Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know.
You think it's a lie? We can go watch it.
I mean, it's fine. So then, what's the solution here? The solution here doesn't seem.
But there is no miscommunication on the second vote.
Wait, there was.
Like,
The Dean just said
not
that.
Happy.
No, but they
there-
never said
there's-
anything about it. Wait, you're. I already have said many times here that I will accept the results.
Now, the first one, people had issues because they weren't sure about the second or third place. But it feels a little bit weird that somebody would agree to a second vote, and then only when the results come out a certain way, they would say, well, actually,
wait a
let's
second.
go back to the...
And I am making the decision. They were running by the second vote.
Okay.
And the second vote, which you agreed to,
Sure. Yeah, I did.
is what we're going to go by.
Okay.
That for the time being seems to change the outcome, and I have to, of course, be honest about it. Literally said no, I voted for Destiny when Dylan Burns read out that he voted for Hunter. But it makes clear, unless I see some kind of new evidence, that OmniLiberal was the winner.
Fucking so
oh
much
my
shit.
fucking god! Right?
I just-
stop! Oh my!
I want to say one thing.
Jesus Christ. All right, guys. I love you guys very much. It's been fun. It's been a blast. If you guys... Last clip.
And we are going to fight like hell.
True. All right. What was I saying? Yeah, if you haven't already subscribed to the YouTube, please subscribe to the YouTube. Editor Tron is putting in a lot of work. He deserves all of the praise in the world, and we need to give him more reason to get a pay increase, which I'm desperately trying to figure out how to get to him. All right. So join the membership, subscribe on Kick, etc., etc., etc. Love you guys very much. Need to sleep immediately.